dinosaurs. 165 million years in time, then the comet appears, and the end is nigh. With the humans there to somehow survive in the Garden of Eden is where Adam arrives. If you take the fruit, it will open your eyes. Sometimes it's better to be a fool than to be wise. Now the Cambridge explosion is where it all started. The kids at school are gaining the knowledge of Charles Darwin. But other humans present while Adam was with Eve. The answer to these questions we biasly believe. Like Jesus Christ went into France with Mary, his wife. They had kids and grandkids till the bloodline advances dead. Aliens possibly give man great technologies more advanced than today's. Washed away in the prophecy, peep anti-cleric device, old but precise. The levitation of massive bricks molded by some type of laser light. Some pray to angels and demons of many types, seeking what they need in something beyond their sights. Long as someone is preaching, someone will believe him, right? Let the words that I'm speaking grant freedom, because tonight it's time to let go. Dance, stand, or sit back. I play my piano jazz with my son on my lap. The right to rap with my kitty cat on my lap. This track be my quiet storm, death by rap attack. I'm from the concrete jungle. If you mumble
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
whack, the ignorant sex and violence gets promoted over tracks. You'll get held back if you drop the truth in your rap. You'll stay underground. Ain't no one around promoting that. Did Lilith get kicked out the Garden of Eden? What do you believe in if you doubt the Big Bang? Men became as gods as technology grows. We transcended all limits as human 2.0. I used to battle rap to see who had that better flow. A Zulu Nation flag, a Yankee hat to the side or low. My son sat on my lap and played the piano. There ain't no better feeling than that I know. I'm beautiful and dangerous like panthers and leopards, powerful and creative. My son is God's greatest blessing. He is a king that I'm equipping for combat. This be my loud quiet, peaceful violent storm, death by rap attack.
What we are here to do every morning before we get started. We always that's a chakra attack. Hey Cheryl.
Yes, Dr. Ray.
What I just say? What I just say one more time. What I just say? What I just said. You out there, what I just said. What did I just say? I said home. Bang, bang, bang.
This be my loud, quiet storm, like my rap attack. If you're in the grave, it's okay to come back. I play Janice my piano with Kayam on my lap. The smile on that little man's face made me react. My raps is black magic, like the staff of Merlin, and white magic, songs by a witch who's a healer. The storm is quiet, but yet loud like a gag, life and death in the form of my poem, the rap attack.
Cheryl, you are a damn app.
Wow.
You floating! You are floating, girl! Now say and you float and rise yourself off the ground right now in front of all these people on the radio.
Okay, all right.
So you better rise off the ground. Defy gravity right now.
Okay.
Cheryl just rolls off the ground. She just rolls off the ground.
I'm still on the ground.
She is floating
but
on
I'm
her
going
spirituality right now.
Of course you are.
You understand? She's
Make the world
floating right
safe for
now.
democracy,
This
aren't
is
you?
What is democracy?
Well, that's never very clear on the subject. Like every other kind of government, it's got something to do with young men killing each other, I believe.
When it comes my turn, will you want me to go?
For democracy, any man would give his only begotten son.
I would.
They just went ahead and chopped off everything.
You never know what has happened, never know what has happened to him.
Yo, I can't remember anything. I can't tell if this is true or dream. Deep inside I feel the scream. This terrible silence stops me. Now that the war is through with me, I'm waking up. I cannot see that there's not much left of me. Nothing is will remain now. Please hold my breath as I wish for death. Oh, please, God, wake me. Back in the womb is much too real. In pumps life that I must feel. can't look forward to reveal. Look at the time while I live. Fed through the tube that sticks in me. Just like a wartime novelty. Tied the machine that make the beat. Please cut this shit off from me.
I guess it always comes down to
my
that,
breath
man. They
is
should
I wish
alone.
for death.
I guess it always comes down to that. Each man
God,
faces
wait.
death by himself alone.
Inside me, I'm
Now the
sleeping.
world is gone, I'm
Yelling.
just one.
Who's that? Some dude said fag. I wonder who he was talking to.
Where?
If you text me, I will show
In the
you a
chat.
world full of adventure. You're
Shout
listening
chat
to
or-
Alien Encounters on Winsands Radio with me, Charlie
regular chat?
Parker. On today's show, we're going to talk
Where
about
I'm
some
at.
serious issues that need to be
Hey,
addressed.
And I say I
Issues like
didn't see any chat
racism,
like that in your room.
homosexuality, and how the government is controlled by shape-shifting reptiles. Your tax dollars are aiding them build more motherships to take us into and sexually abuse us. Now I've been to the mothership and I escaped.
But I paused it
Naked.
real quick, hell.
Then the police officer wants to ask me, am I high? Of
Okay.
course I'm high. Aliens gave me some Martian cocaine and made me sniff it. And can you believe this? The cop arrests me and puts me in an asylum. I'm not crazy because I'm running the streets high and naked trying to warn people the aliens are here. Anyway, it's time for the show.
Make me a sandwich, please.
How close are you to master level?
25 out of 31. How many job points you get?
I'm at 34 right now. About to have 35.
Does your spaceship have a good force field? Can your photon cannon destroy a planet in one shot? Maybe you need
Worry about the
something
what?
bigger that can travel through
No.
hyperspace. Looking to build the ultimate indestructible mothership? Come to me. I don't care about what you do with it long as you pay me. Maybe you want to take over a planet or defend yourself from those wanting to take your planet over. I got working teleports that can beam you and your family to safety anywhere in the local galaxy. Need to do some time traveling. For the right price I can get you back as far as the year 2021 when the aliens made that virus and killed half of humanity with the vaccine.
We got hit all over the place.
When you go shopping, you buy
Someone
exactly
attacking
what
you?
you want. But when it comes to having a baby, we allow nature to control the outcome. Aren't you tired of being pregnant or dealing with your crazy pregnant woman? Don't you want the perfect baby? Come to the Build a Baby workshop or visit us online at buildababy.com. We will work with your budget to get you the perfect baby. Guaranteed or your money back. You can finally have that Chinese baby even though you're not Chinese. We have all races, levels of intelligence and immunities to various diseases available. Want your baby to grow up to be an athlete? Just pay us. Order a baby online and have it delivered in 1 to 3 business days. If you're not happy with our baby, you have 30 days to kill it and we'll send you another. Don't ruin your body, live free. Black Friday sales begin at midnight. Come with money, leave with a baby. The Build a Baby workshop.
Open your eyes and take off your clothing. Have you ever heard of a nudist doing a crime? Where we gonna hide the gun? Where we gonna stash the thing we stealing? Yet we're viewed as freaks. While you shame yourself and your beauty, I stand here naked and unashamed with my sisters and brothers, and we are all naked. I don't care that it's snowing, I'm naked. I'd rather die than live in the warmth of your lies that were created by clothing companies to get you to buy $400 shoes that only cost $4 to make. There's a 7-year-old boy getting paid a whole $2 a week to make this stuff, but they tell us slavery don't exist anymore. You ever heard of the prison industrial complex? Look it up, you freaking idiot. Sorry, I digress, it must be these damn pills anyway. As I said before to you blind people, open your eyes and take off your clothes.
Oh, that would help if the mic was on, wouldn't it, yo? I don't know whether y'all didn't hear what I'm saying, yo. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I think you heard me say hello to y'all. Did you at least hear that?
Yeah, we heard it at the beginning.
Okay. God, Candace, don't step on that. You freaking kitty. Crazy
I don't get this racism. Humans show those beings.
Everything is alright, you know. I'm just about to go in.
The
wonder, because I was asking you guys for advice. I'm like, yo, is this the best strategy? And I was like, daggone, I guess they in the zone, yo.
I'm looking to marry a reptile. This way it's not.
Wait, what are y'all up to, yo?
And when we die, we'll be in heaven in the new earth.
I'm gonna go farm some merits.
He wants to live in the new Santa Fe or Andromeda, or who cares? I'm lonely and horny like a jazz fest. So
Right. You wasn't with the quarters nest and shit?
No. Everybody?
Okay, you still vlog killing that shit in the quarters nest, yo?
I'm out here by me and Hell.
I'm
doing pretty good, actually.
How's everybody's day?
What up?
How's everybody's day?
Doing alright.
Alright.
It'd be really nice if nobody's out here farming this shit. This guy move. Oh no, I'm doing isotopes or whatever they're called, yo.
Oh, is that Pat Bottle or whatever his name is?
Yeah, that thing. It sounds right.
Yeah, that guy sucks when people are farming him.
1976 Breakout was the first block breaker game released. The point of this game is to break blocks with a ball to get points. Points are useless in the real world. I can't pay my rent
So it's good, Mo.
with points. Oops, did I
wrong
say
way.
hookers? Delete that part I meant to say.
Who joined the chat?
Gospel music albums.
No, Moo just joined the stream, yo.
I can't pay my rent or buy gospel music albums.
I
No,
can't.
there was another person that joined the chat.
You guys in the
Yeah,
back
probably
better
right.
Edit that out, or you're all fired. Anyway, your mom is a man is about to come on, so I got.
Nice to meet you, Zenry. This is House Master saying hi.
This is Alien Encounters.
Okay, he said nothing. He's just logging in. Okay, advocating for Shiva as usual, yo. Oh, I see dots, red dots. So that means ain't nobody over here. If there's that many red dots, this usually means that the shit is empty. Oh, you know what I was gonna pull out also? Oh, hold up. Did I get? Okay, where's he? There was one more trust I wanted to pull out.
Elephant Man is here.
Trust. What is his name? Oh, that's right. The one who. Oh, that's his name. The one who sometimes does her job. Well, that's kind of all the trust, I guess.
Is that Big Bad Booty Daddy?
If Vlad was killing that shit today, yo, on that Crawler's Nest show, he got fucking from 0 to like the 12 master level.
Oh yeah, the first couple are really quick, but after like 15, it slows way down.
Yes, I heard that 20 to 22 is it's not even a game. It's like ouch, really slow. I can only imagine what it takes to get to 30, and if they continue to rise these levels up, what it'll be.
So far on today's show you've heard new music by David Winsands, The Tornado, Darnell James, The Oracle and my personal friend Ali King. We got that new joint.
You remember this? Well, you may remember this after the soundtrack from the first game that I made, yo. I'm just playing it, you know, because it's
Alien Encounters. Call us up and tell us about yours.
There's nothing like it, yo. I was thinking about doing something different, but now that I'm listening to this, it's like, man, yo, there's no other game audio like this.
While you sit in your spaceship smoking weed, do you ever wonder why do we send one human in a small ship to fight an army of aliens who have more advanced technology than we do?
That new station that's going to be for my new game, it's going to be insane, bro. And the ideas I have for the commercials, it's just going to be really hilarious shit, yeah.
But she killed the last boss and managed to save the Earth. Do you think she
Nice.
got a medal or any recognition? No, and I'll tell you why. Look at her skin color. It's the year 3000 and humans are still racist.
Then my ult got like 28 job points. So sorry.
Of beings were scientifically advanced enough to space travel, would they have any religions? For centuries man has explained God as what scientifically can't be explained. Until science finds the truth and the God of the gaps closes. There are many who say dark matter is God, that invisible noun which holds the universe. The truth is we don't know if God or dark matter even exists. All that we know is there are shape-shifting reptiles who have been living on Earth for centuries. They control the governments and the world. You don't have to shoot aliens with your laser gun, just pray for them. Instead of fighting back, turn the other cheek.
You ever heard that theory, Moo? That God is dark matter, or dark matter is God? I guess I can ask you gentlemen the same thing.
Yeah, I've heard that theory before.
What scientifically?
You think it holds any weight?
What beckons me is why people still read physical books when you can download the entire book into your cerebral cortex within seconds. The upgrades to your brain are now inexpensive and relatively safe. Do you want yourself and your family to be considered monkeys because you're holding on to an outdated belief system? You can be half man, half robot, and half any beast of your choice. Why would you want to be a natural human being plagued by so many limitations?
Well, you professional. You can do that shit, yo.
Bionic body parts and fish DNA which allows me to breathe underwater. You call me an abomination. I live forever and create virtual reality which is realer than the real world. I am God.
Oh.
When I had my first child, it was ugly and would cry, waking me up at various times of the night. After killing my husband and disowning that child, I decided it was time for me to take control. What I mean is control nature and give others the ability to do the same for a large fee. I am Whitney Houston, the founder of the Build a Baby Workshop. For 30 years, one and my team have prevented humans from the horrid realities of nature. And with our new ageless technology, parents are 33 years old forever, or until they stop paying us. Whichever comes first.
31.
Come to the Build a Baby Workshop and deliver the baby on the same day, while getting a few upgrades for your body. Need that second brain, cybernetic eyes, supersonic ear, superhuman strength? We have you and your family covered. If you can afford it. The Build a Baby Workshop.
The Build a Baby Workshop, bro. Why have kids the natural way?
51 at 10.
But it's every 5 it goes up +1, right? Okay.
Correct.
By realizing our true purpose in life,
So every 10, one sub job goes up. Every 5, 1 + 1 to all.
No, so every level you get your attributes, your +1 to your weapon skill, HPMP. Every 5 levels you get a mastery, or you get a sub job level.
Every 10 level.
No, it's every 5.
Are in your mind.
I'm like still
meditate and use your chi to move physical objects. Telekinesis, pyrokinesis, electrokinesis,
Are you synced?
which is quite shocking, and various forms of mental telepathy can be achieved. Don't look up for a spacecraft, look within and see the divinity is yourself. Let your darkness receive the light that only I, Sandra Shine, can give you.
Master
When man
level
learns his
9,
true purpose in life,
99 Sam.
he finds peace, you and about
Level
joy,
50 warrior.
purpose, and the ability to
Oh, yeah, I
transcend
guess it would
time
be.
and
It
space
would be
while
a
still living
49,
in this
wouldn't it?
world. Join
Yeah.
us as we begin this exciting journey. You can shine like me. If you buy and read my book,
So it would be 51.
Shine's
when it hit
Keys to
master
Spiritual Enlightenment or Illumination in
Yeah.
a Dark World Full of Fools. Yes, the title is long, but so what? You're listening to Alien Encounters on Winsands Radio. Buy my books, all of them right now, or burn in a hot place forever. I love you.
David Winsands
The next
se
2 or
debe
3 of
ver
them, that's it.
a Blackman cu prevaiți de real Latin pasión.
Man, this is great stuff, yo.
David Winsands si debes de ver a Trapping. A Blackman cu prevaiți de real Latin pasión.
By realizing our true purpose in life, man attains perfection, tranquility, unbounded enjoyment, and the ability to transcend the limits of time and space while still living in this world.
While you out there in space fighting off aliens, remember, he died for the aliens. After he rose, he sat with the Father. Next, he goes to every planet with living beings. He would die on the cross and raise, repeating this on each planet in the universe one after another. Aliens sin just like humans. See, aliens read the Bible. Jesus died for humans, greys, and reptiles. Praise him.
Oh gosh, yo. Only on my stream would you hear something about Jesus dying for grays and reptile aliens.
As many religions as there are on Earth, there may be.
That's the end of the show, yo.
Did God create the aliens? Were they self-created or made by a different God? Was God created by man out of his own ignorance and fears? I will tell you the answer. When you burning in the hot place, you'll remember those greedy aliens who want to take over the universe. How they enslaved Earth, and you liked the sexual abuse they gave us in the mothership. You are all wicked and need to repent. So please, download my book and all will be clear, because I am enlightened and you're not. Thank you.
Now today's show is almost over and I'd just like to say thank you. Today's show is brought to you by Chaos Beer and Laser Rifles. Because what's better than having a beer in one hand and a laser gun in the other? Special shoutouts goes to King KJ, who plans to take over the universe. Good luck on that, fella, you can do it. As always, Alien Encounters is sponsored by the Build a Baby Workshop. Why have a baby the natural way when you can order one online and get it delivered in 1 to 3 business days? We hope you enjoyed the show. This is Alien Encounters on Winsands Radio and I'm your host, Charlie Parker. Peace.
Peace. That's a good idea, yo. God damn it.
Chuck, we're at it again.
Indeed we are.
This time, I just want to talk about nothing.
Oh my God. A show of... What's the deal with nothing? We're doing a show about nothing. All right, that's... You want to talk about nothing?
Let's do this. So
it's official. We're married now. You know that, right?
Somebody hands you a birthday gift.
Right.
Right. And it's a box, and you open it, and there's nothing in it. You'd say there's nothing in it. If it's empty, you'd say there's nothing in it. Correct?
Yes, and I'd also probably say again. Really, guys? Again, with the empty box thing.
I don't want to get into your social, personal, family issues. Okay. How your family members treat you, that's another show. Okay.
Okay. All right.
So of course, there's air in the box, but generally we think of air and nothing else as nothing, right?
Right.
There's nothing in the box, but of course there's air in the box.
Right.
And I think we think of air as nothing because you can't see the air. Air is just molecules, right? We have oxygen molecule, 2 oxygen atoms together make the oxygen molecule. We have 2 nitrogen atoms together make the nitrogen molecule. That's 98%, 99% of all the molecules you are inhaling. There's others, a little bit of CO2, trace amounts of other atoms and molecules. But the main ones are oxygen and nitrogen, and they're transparent. So you don't think of it as being something. But you could have another gas in there like smoke. You open up the box, there's smoke in the box.
Right.
Okay, because you can see it. So often what we sense or what we declare is or is not is based on just how our senses receive the environment. You go up to a window and you say, "Oh, the window is transparent."
Yes.
Well, if you could see with microwaves,
right,
the whole room would be
God
transparent.
fucking damn
The
it.
microwaves pass right through the walls. You know how you
Unbelievable.
know that?
Do
Because
we
you pull out
talking
your
a mob that's
phone,
actually close to you?
you get a signal even if you're in the bathroom.
Not with my
Okay.
carrier.
Oh, you need special bathroom coverage.
Just trying to tell you.
All right. So how many molecules are there? So there's about 10 to the 25th power, one with 25 zeros worth of air molecules in a cubic meter. Okay,
That's a lot.
A little bigger than a cubic yard. Okay,
That's a lot of molecules.
that's a lot of molecules. Even has that number has a name, a septillion.
Septillion.
Septillion. That's right. So now you want to do better than that. Let's create a laboratory vacuum. Okay.
Okay.
If air is something more than nothing, then let's get rid of the air. Let's go ahead and do that. So let's
Suck it out.
Let's get one of the best laboratory vacuums there is. Okay. So that can pump out the molecules and leave you with about 10 billion molecules per cubic meter.
Wait a minute. After you suck
Yes.
everything out,
That's kind of the best you can do with
that's the best you could do. You still got 10 billion.
I'm sorry, Chuck. I took it from 10 to the 25th power to 10 to the 10th power.
I'm just saying. Are we using a Dyson? Okay. Are we using a Dyson? Because maybe
Dyson vacuum would totally kick ass.
Right. We might do better. Okay.
Let's call Dyson, see if they'll sponsor this bit.
Exactly.
Okay. I'm sorry you're not happy with 10 billion molecules per cubic meter when we started with 10 septillion. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay. So is that nothing, you might ask? Okay. Well, let's forget
God
laboratory
fucking
vacuums. Let's leave Earth and go into interplanetary space.
Yeah, I do, yeah.
Okay? That's 1,000 times less dense than the best laboratory vacuums. That has about 10 million molecules per cubic meter. We just dropped by a factor of 1,000.
Well, why are there still molecules?
Because there's... I'm sorry. I didn't know you'd be that hard to please, Chuck.
I'm trying to get to nothing, man.
We're on our way there. Oh, by the way, there is the very best vacuum there ever was on Earth, and it is the track that the hadrons travel in the Large Hadron Collider in the CERN particle accelerator in Switzerland. CERN, CERN, acronym. The Center for European Nuclear Research. Okay.
Right.
And or research nucleaire. It's French, so they got to flip the order.
Research nuclear. Nuclear.
So
I cannot believe there is no smoking here.
All right. So it turns out that vacuum is the best ever made, and that's a better vacuum than in interstellar space. Interplanetary space. Wow. So you want the most nothing place in the entire solar system is in the tube where they accelerate the particles, because they don't want the particles accidentally hitting some other particle when it's trying to hit the target that you have that's going to probe the origins of the universe and looking for, exotic particles that might even include dark matter. But anyhow, let's go from interplanetary space to interstellar space.
Okay.
That's even less. Now we're down to a half
Man,
a million
damn.
particles per cubic meter.
Okay,
Half a million.
that's
Are
pretty
you
good.
down?
All right, only a half.
No,
of
one of your
500,000.
characters is down.
500,000,
We
correct.
started at a septillion.
Correct.
Oh, man.
It's probably the white mage.
Meter.
It's a reminder that the universe.
I think it's
there's
the
stuff
Geo.
in the universe,
It's the Geo.
right? And there are places where it has collected,
Well, that's surprising.
gathered. That's where you get stars and planets and people. Where it hasn't collected and it hasn't gathered, it's much
Oh, I'm being
more
attacked.
scattered, much more tenuous. Okay? So that's interstellar space. Now, what would you imagine would have less than interstellar space?
Intergalactic space.
Intergalactic space. Because galaxies are gatherings of matter, right? So there, it would be hard to find a few atoms of anything for every 10 cubic meters.
That's so, but it's still not nothing.
Excuse me, I'm on my way there. Damn, you are the most impatient.
Casting
this
a
thing only lasts
rise
10
on
minutes,
my
and you can't even just.
Geo.
I'm just saying, we're all the way out into intergalactic space.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I am light years away from home, and it's like driving between here and like Vegas. And I mean, there's just a lot of nothing going on, and I'm still not at nothing though.
You're still not at nothing. Okay, so now so rather than give real live examples, let's give examples that we would imagine you could produce, which is get rid of those 500,000
And it's dead again.
per 10 cubic meters. Just figure out a way to not have them. Okay, so now we have a completely empty box, empty of all matter.
Okay.
Now we ask, is that nothing?
Yeah, because there's nothing in the box.
Except quantum.
What are you doing having a Cassadilla on the mob?
I don't know what happened.
There's such a thing as virtual particles
Hey,
that
girl.
come into existence and then go out of existence in less time than you can actually measure their existence. And totally empty space is seething with virtual particles. Okay, so the best nothing you can ever make would have
Damn,
no
white
ordinary
mage down
matter,
too.
but would still nonetheless be seething with virtual particles.
Do you have your stream going on Discord?
Now, let's ask a question.
No.
Suppose you could step out of
I'm gonna just have you show me where you're at.
so that there's not even
I'm about to
no
HP
matter,
it so I
and
can
there's
spend
not
these
even
job
the
points real
virtual
quick.
particles.
I'm willing to do that.
Okay, so there's not even nothing.
Right.
So we could get lazy and just call it nothing. But I think there's a greater nothing than even that. And this is where I want to leave you. This is where I want to deposit you in the
greater
universe.
nothing than
You ready?
nothing.
Imagine you take away all matter and somehow configure a way to where there's
What'd you see, Peanut? The crabs?
virtual particles.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
You would still
Probably be easier to do Apex Raptors, probably.
Is a
That shouldn't be
reason of
crowded at
space
all, really.
nothing if the laws of nature still apply inside.
We're at
that space?
I-12.
See, you're thinking of nothing as substance, and I'm thinking of nothing as not even anything that is anything.
What the fuck did I get an ignoble skeleton from? What the
So
fuck?
if you systematically remove all laws of physics,
Hey, with
all
my ass
laws
too.
of
This
nature,
is like a fucking truck.
then you have a region of, I can't even call it space, because space is a thing. Space can bend according to.
What do you wanna do
Oh, I
with
got an
the
ascendant on me
circle?
too.
It's a thing.
I'm about to go
The
warp back and
fabric of
spend these
space,
job
no
points
matter
real quick.
what's in it will bend with or without
Spin.
virtual particles.
Hmm.
It's still a thing.
Right.
Okay? So if I get rid of all particles, get rid of the very laws that describe nature, then there's not only not matter, there's not energy, there are no laws of physics, there is no time itself.
There you go. No time.
That's ill, yo.
Put that in your box, open it, and now you have my permission to say
Nothing.
Nothing. Right.
there's nothing in the box.
Wow, that's deep, yo. That's ill. I gotta rewind that real quick.
Because it's the
I'm thinking of nothing as not even
Right there.
virtual.
the no matter, and there's not even the virtual particles.
I'm willing to do that.
Okay, so there's not even nothing.
Right.
So we could get lazy and just call it nothing, nothing. But I think there's a greater nothing than even that. And this is where I want to leave you. This is where I want to deposit you in the
greater
universe.
nothing than
you ready?
nothing.
Imagine you take away all matter and somehow configure a way to where there's not even virtual particles.
Right.
You would still have the laws of physics.
Right.
Okay.
Is a region of space nothing if the laws of nature still apply inside that space? See, you're thinking of nothing as substance, and I'm thinking of nothing as not even anything that is anything about anything. So if you systematically remove all laws of physics, all laws of nature, then you have a region of, I can't even call it space, because space is a thing. Space can bend according to Einstein relativity. That's a thing.
The fabric of space.
The fabric of space, no matter what's in it, will bend with or without virtual particles. It's still a thing.
Right.
Okay? So if I get rid of all particles, get rid of
Am I DCing or something?
laws that describe
You are zeroing?
then there's not
No, your stream looks good.
only not matter,
Not
there's
my
not
gameplay,
energy, no
dude.
laws of physics,
This
there
is
no
weird, yo.
time itself.
There you go.
It's real laggy.
I just
Now,
put
Chuck, put that in your box.
Oh, yeah, it's laggy
Open
now.
it, and now
I have
you have
a bunch of
my
keys. I can't even
permission to
open the
say
box, yo.
There's
It's
nothing, in
nothing.
the box.
Yeah, you're probably
There's
lagging.
nothing in the box.
And what do we call
Yeah,
it?
hard, yo.
I'm going to call it something
What?
because
So
it's
for
the
Chia.
nothing that is something, which is nothing.
You sound like a 12-year-old kid just rattling on. It's a something, there's nothing, that's something. I think it's something, there's nothing. So it's a thumping it.
No,
So-
that's pretty. That's
Uh,
pretty, that's pretty intense to think about, though, because where you got me is because no laws of physics. Now you can't even have time.
100.
Now there really
Geo.
is no thing there
Sweet.
at
Correct.
all.
145.
Correct. And, you could take this one
So
step
close.
higher and say, the fact that I can describe it as being nothing has given meaning
Hey, I see
to
Levy
the
is here.
thing, allowing me to say that it's not nothing. Because I can describe it
We're
as
at-
having nothing.
Right. So yeah.
Mahara,
So
I'm
now
gonna poke him.
that
So
says-
philosophically, right, it's partly a language issue, partly a physical issue. What does it mean to be able to describe something at all that is nothing? That means you've described something.
I think I
that is a
scared
thing.
him off earlier when I
Now let me
farted.
say, let's not even have anything that you can describe.
Right.
Now
What
you
do
got nothing.
What? Now you got nothing. And what do you call that? See? Because you can't call it nothing. That's the
No,
point.
that's the whole point. You can't call it anything because then
can't call it
you've just
anything.
contained it.
Right.
You've just turned it into a thing that's a thing.
That's right. Oh man, see, that's pretty wild.
There you go.
That is wild. Oh, so okay. Now, for those of you who would like to now go smoke your marijuana
So
and
4 more
rewatch
and I'll be
this,
at the
and
next
rewatch
GP
this,
at 13%.
this is what I am saying to you.
Do you have capes?
No.
Oh, we should go
But
farm
for
that
what
at,
it's worth,
some point.
there's one of the
That's
layers
really
of
easy content.
because there's several layers where the laws of physics, as we know them, don't even apply at all. They're not just different; they just don't exist.
Don't exist.
Yeah, and so that's another thing. We'll talk about the multiverse in another explainer video. But we got to go, Chuck.
All right. Okay. I'll see you in the multiverse.
Smoking weed and multiverse.
That's right. That Chuck smokes weed.
All right. This has been yet another Star Talk explainer video. Chuck, always good to have you. Neil deGrasse Tyson bidding you to keep looking up.
I forget. I've done a bunch of incursions, so I might be saved to a pretty high content level.
For what?
That was whack.
So when the campaigns start next or here in a couple, like 8 days, 8 or 9 days, the incursion campaign should be one of the first campaigns that are up. So with that one, you get double coffers.
And I could probably get.
My name is Professor Michio Kaku. I'm a professor of theoretical physics at the City University
that'll be
of
active
New
too.
York,
Although I don't know if it'll
and
be
I
active at the
specialize in
beginning.
something called string theory. I'm a physicist, and some people ask me the question, what has physics done for me lately? I mean, do I get better color television? Do I get better internet reception with physics? And the answer is yes. You see, physics is at the very foundation of matter and energy. We physicists invented the laser beam.
The incursion
We invented the
capes
transistor. We helped to create the first
Megastop
computer.
mantle can go up to like 50%.
We helped to construct the internet.
Increase capacity points.
We wrote
It's pretty
the
nice.
World Wide Web. In addition, we also helped to invent television, radio, radar, microwaves, not to mention MRI scans, PET scans, X-rays.
I never
In other
use those
words,
capes when I'm
almost
leveling a
everything
DD
you
job.
see
But
in
like
your
if you're
living
leveling
room,
like a
almost
back line, like
everything
a
you see in a modern
White
hospital
Mage,
at some
those
point
capes
or
are really
other
nice.
can be traced to a physicist. Now, I got interested in physics when I was a child. When I was 8,
Yeah,
a great
I'll
scientist
probably
had just died.
farm a little bit more.
I
I'll
still
probably try
remember
to
my
get one of
elementary school
those
teacher
and,
coming into the room and announcing that the greatest
for,
scientist
White
of our
Mage.
era has just passed away. And that day, every newspaper published a picture of his desk, the desk of Albert Einstein.
No, it's the Empyrean
And the
legs.
caption said, I'll never forget, the unfinished manuscript of the greatest work of the greatest scientist of our time. And I said to myself, why couldn't he finish it? I mean, what's so hard? It's a homework problem, right? Why didn't he ask his mother? Why can't he finish this problem? So as a child of 8, I decided to find out what was this problem. Years later, I began to realize that it was the theory of everything, the unified field theory. An equation that would summarize all the physical forces in the universe. An equation like E equals mc squared. That equation is half an inch long, and that equation unlocks the secret of the stars. Why do the stars shine? Why does the galaxy light up? Why do we have energy on the Earth? But then there was another thing that happened to me when I was around 8 years old. I got hooked on the Saturday morning TV shows, in particular, Flash Gordon. And I was hooked. I mean, every Saturday morning, watching programs about aliens from outer space, starships, ray guns, invisibility shields, cities in the sky. That was for me. But after a few years, I began to notice something.
camp, or did
First
you want to
of
go
all, I
somewhere
began
else?
to notice that, well, I didn't have blonde hair and blue eyes. I didn't have muscles
I can
like
see.
Flash Gordon.
You could probably go
But
somewhere
it was a
else, but-
scientist who made the series
I
work.
can
In
take it to
particular,
rappers if you need
a
help getting there.
physicist. He was the one who
look and see
discovered
if I
the
can
ray
get there,
gun, the
that's
starships. He was the one who created
All
the
you need
invisibility
is
shield.
more
And then I realized
basalt.
something else.
The
If you want to understand
the station
future,
area, the
you
first
have
teleport.
to understand physics. Physics is at the foundation of all the gadgetry, the wizardry, all the marvels of the technological age. All of it can be traced to the work of a physicist. Most of science fiction is, in fact, well within the laws of physics, but possible within maybe 100 years. And then we have impossibilities that may take 1,000 years or more. That includes time travel, warp drive, higher dimensions,
You know, I'm
portals
assuming
through
right
space and
earlier you
time,
were doing craps.
stargates, wormholes. You know, if you were
Yeah,
to
the
meet your
apex rappers are a
great-grandparents of the year
lot more squishy.
1900, they were dirt farmers back then. They didn't live much beyond the age of 40 on average. Long-distance communication in the year 1900 was yelling at your neighbor. And yet, if they could see you now, with iPads and iPods and satellites and GPS and laser beams, how would they view you? They would view you as a wizard or sorcerer. However, if we can now meet our grandkids of the year 2100, how would we view them? We would view them as gods.
Insane, yo. I can't open the fucking
in
chest,
Greek
yo.
mythology, Zeus could control objects around him by pure thought, materialize objects just by thinking.
Do you have keys?
And their
Yeah, I got
parts being a Greek
324.
god, Venus
No, it must be
had a
some
perfect
insane
body,
fucking lag
a
then.
timeless body. And we are beginning now to unravel the genetics at the molecular level of the aging process. And then Apollo, he had a chariot that he could ride across the heavens. We will finally have that flying car that we've always wanted to have in our garage. By the year 2100, we will have the power of the gods. To paraphrase Arthur C. Clarke, any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from divinity. So let's now begin our story. The history of physics is the history of modern civilization. Before Isaac Newton, before Galileo, we were shrouded with the mysteries of superstition. People believed in all sorts of different kinds of spirits and demons. What made the planets move? Why do things interact with other things? It was a mystery. So back in the Middle Ages, for example, people read the works of Aristotle. And Aristotle asked the question, why do objects move toward the earth? And that's because, he said, objects yearn to be united with the earth.
No.
And why do objects slow down when you put them in motion? Objects in motion
Okay, I gotta do
slow
some
down
things.
because they get tired. These are the works of Aristotle, which held sway for almost 2,000 years until the beginning of modern physics with Galileo and Isaac Newton. When the ancients looked at the sky was full of mystery and wonder. And in the year 1066, the most important date on the British calendar, there was a comet which sailed over the battlefield of Hastings. It frightened the troops of King Harold.
So they're missing
and a
Adeline
young
content, or
man
no, they're
from
not
Normandy
missing
swept into
What are they missing
England
then?
and
They
defeated
should have
King
it.
Harold at the Battle of Hastings,
I don't have a
creating
Nexus
the
cape.
modern British monarchy. But the question
Isn't
is,
a Nexus
where
cape?
did the comet
You
come
get
from?
that from the trunk
What
in
was this
in
comet that mysteriously paved the
Tennis
way
Shoulder.
for the coming of the British monarchy? Well, believe it or not,
Yeah, I
that
do.
same comet, the very same comet that initiated the British monarchy, sailed over London once again in 1682. This time, everyone was asking the question, where do comets come from? Do they signal the death of the king? Why do we have messengers from the heavens in the sky? Well, one man dared to penetrate the secrets of comets, and that was Isaac Newton. In fact, when Isaac Newton was only 23 years old, he stumbled upon the universal force of gravitation. According to one story, he was walking on his estate in Woolsthorpe, and he saw an apple fall. And then Isaac Newton saw the moon. And then he asked the key question which helped to unlock the heavens. If apples fall, does the
so where y'all wanna
moon
go?
also fall?
I mean, if you need help there,
And the
I can
answer
switch the
was
Raptors, which
yes.
is
And that answer overturned thousands
the
of
One
years
Gates area.
of mystery and speculation about the
Mo
motions
Gates,
of the
or
heavens.
whatever it's called.
The moon is in free fall.
Got to take more Marbasalt
Just
Fields,
like an apple.
Frontier
the moon
Station.
is constantly falling toward the Earth. It doesn't hit the Earth because it spins around the Earth and the Earth is round, but it's acting under a force of gravity. So Newton immediately tried to work out the mathematics, and he realized that the mathematics of the 1600s was not sufficient to work out the motion of a falling moon. So what did Isaac
Sub-dancer
Newton
so I
do?
can have some sneaking in
When he was
biz.
23 years old, not only did he stumble upon the force of gravity, but he also created calculus. In fact, he created calculus at the rate at which you learn it when you were a freshman in college. And why did he create calculus? To calculate the motion of a falling moon. The mathematics of his age was incapable of calculating the trajectories of objects moving under an inverse square force field. And that's what Isaac Newton did. He worked out the motion of the moon. And then he realized that if he understands the moon, he also understands the motion of the planets in the solar system. And Isaac Newton invented a new telescope. It was the reflecting telescope, and he was tracking the motion of this comet. Well, it turns out that everyone was talking about the comet, including a rather wealthy Englishman by the name of Edmund Halley. So Edmund Halley, being a wealthy merchant, decided to make a trip to Cambridge.
Was that when you're off there, Turbo
England's illustrious scientist, Sir Isaac Newton.
I passed a Taro. His name was Turbo Plimp.
What do you make of this comet?
PLMP.
No one understands comets. They're a mystery. They've been fascinating people for centuries, for millennia. What are your thoughts? And then I paraphrase, but Isaac Newton said something like this. He said, oh, that's easy. That comet is moving in a perfect ellipse.
Get on my giant mount so you guys know where I'm at.
It's moving in an inverse square force field. I've been tracking it every day with my reflecting telescope, and the path of that comet conforms to my mathematics exactly. And of course, we don't know what Edmund Halley's reaction was, but I paraphrase. He must have said something like this: "For God's sake, man, why don't you publish the greatest work in all of scientific history? If correct, you have decoded the secret of the stars.
I know your Geo should at least have this
Frontier
Station unlocked if you did any of the Geo
and then Newton responded
Empyrean
and
gear.
said, oh, well, it costs too much. I mean, I'm not a wealthy man. It would cost too much to summarize this calculus that I've invented and to work out all the motion of the stars. And then Halley must have said this: Mr. Newton, I am a wealthy man.
I told a lot of shit. Nah.
I have made my fortune.
He's like, God damn it.
I will pay for the publication of the greatest scientific work in any language.
Shit is
And
fucking
it
horrible,
was Principia. The
Yeah, I'm
principles,
hoping one of the things they
the
announced during the
mathematical
stream coming
principles
up
that
on
guide the
Sunday
heavens.
is
Believe it or not, this is
they'll
perhaps
expand
one
the
of the most
auction house slots
important
for
works
people.
ever written by a human being in the 100,000 years since we evolved from Africa. Realize that this book sets into motion a physics
Gotta be at least three
of the
something mil in the
universe,
auction house right
forces that control the motion of the planets, forces which can be calculated, forces which govern the motion of cannonballs, rockets, pebbles, everything that moves according to the laws of motion and the calculus.
Oh, I see a
of Sir
Docker pin
Isaac
back here.
Newton.
Nope.
In fact, even today, when we launch our space probes, we don't use Einstein's equations. They only apply when you get near the speed of light or near a black hole.
And you don't have
we use
more
Newton's
Marble
laws
Fields
of gravity.
Frontier
They are
Station?
so precise
I don't have no
that when we shoot a space
Oh,
probe right
gotcha.
past the rings of Saturn,
So while I
we
was
use
out here in
exactly
Chino
the
checking the
same
auction
equations that Isaac Newton
seen
unraveled
everything
in the
sold, so everything
1600s.
back up
That's
there.
why we've been able
Oh, I
to
got some crystals
unravel
I
the
beat for-
secrets of the
I have
solar
like 3 or 4
system,
stacks on me right now.
complements of the laws of
Alright.
motion
Yeah, they're
of
both
Isaac
sitting right
Newton.
there.
So what Newton did was not only did he set into motion the ability to calculate planets, he also set into motion a mechanics. Machines now operate
one by the,
upon
Pioneers Coalition?
well-defined laws. Newton's 3 laws of motion. The first law of motion says that objects in motion stay in motion forever unless acted on by an outside force. You see that in an ice skating rink. You shoot a puck and it goes all the way down forever unless acted on by an outside force. That's different from Aristotle's law of motion. Aristotle said objects in motion eventually stop because they get
All right,
tired.
I traded.
The second law of motion
Flippy.
says force
Your
is
white
mass
mage.
times acceleration. And that
Right.
equation made possible the Industrial Revolution. Steam engines, locomotives, factories, machines, all of it due to the mechanics set into motion by Isaac Newton's second law of motion, force is equal to mass times acceleration.
Oh, you're in
And
first
then
hole.
Newton had a third law of motion. For every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. That's the law of rockets. That's why we have rockets that can sail into outer space. So the lesson here is, when scientists unravel the first force of the universe, gravity, that set into motion the Industrial Revolution. A revolution which toppled the kings and queens of Europe, which displaced feudalism, ushering in the modern age, all because a 23-year-old gentleman looked up and asked the question, does the moon also fall? You know, when I was a kid growing up in California, I would see pictures of the Empire State Building. And I said to myself, how could they possibly build such a big building and not know that it's going to fall? Why doesn't it fall? They didn't build scale models of the thing. You couldn't have an Empire State Building that big to test whether it's going to fall.
Right,
or
I got
not.
one for the pizza guys here. I gotta go
Ahead of
get the
time
pizza, pay him and
that
shit.
building wouldn't fall? And the answer is Newton's laws of motion. In fact, today I teach Newton's laws of motion, and you can actually calculate the forces on every single brick of the Empire State Building. Using Newton's second law of motion, force is mass times acceleration. When Newton unraveled the force of gravity, that was the first force. Now let's take a look at the second force, an even greater force which has touched all of our lives, and that is the electromagnetic force. Ever since humans saw lightning bolts light up the sky, ever since they were terrified by the sound of thunder, they've been asking, do the gods propel lightning bolts and create thunder? Are they angry at us? Scientists began to realize that the lightning bolts and the thunder can be duplicated on the Earth, that we can actually create mini lightning bolts using electricity. But it wasn't until the 1800s that finally we began to unlock the second great force which rules the universe, the electromagnetic force. Michael Faraday would give Christmas lectures in London, fascinating everyone from adults to children. And he would demonstrate the incredible properties of electricity. Some people, for example, ask a simple question. If you're in a car or an airplane and you get hit by a lightning bolt, why don't you all get electrocuted? Why don't you all die? Well, Faraday answered the question. He would create a cage. He would walk into this steel cage, electrify it, and he wouldn't get electrocuted at all. That's called a Faraday cage, and every time you walk into a metal structure, you get shielded by this metal object. Well, what Michael Faraday did was he helped to unleash the second great revolution with something called Faraday's law. A moving wire in a magnetic field has its electrons pushed, creating an electrical current. That simple idea unleashed the electric revolution. And that's why we have hydroelectric generators, dams that can produce enormous amounts of power. That's why people build nuclear power plants. That's why we have electricity in this room right now. On a very small scale, you use that in your bicycle. When you put a bicycle lamp on your bicycle, the turning of the wheel spins a magnet. The magnet then pushes electrons in a wire, and that's why electricity lights up in your bicycle lamp. So in other words, electricity and magnetism were unified into a single force. We once thought that electricity and magnetism were separate. Now we know they are, in fact, the same force. So if a moving magnet can create an electric field, this means that a moving electric field can create a magnetic field. But if they can create each other, why can't they oscillate and create a wave? So that moving electric fields create magnetic fields, create electric fields, create magnetic fields, infinitum, to create a wave. Well, around the time of the American Civil War, a mathematical physicist, James Clerk Maxwell, calculated, using the work of Faraday, the velocity of this wave. In one of the greatest breakthroughs of all time, James Clerk Maxwell calculated the velocity of this wave and found out it was the velocity of light. And then he made this incredible discovery. This is light. That's what light is. It doesn't by accident travel at the speed of electricity. It is light itself. And the equations were written down by James Clerk Maxwell. Unfortunately, Michael Faraday himself did not have
Oh, I see what you mean. When I'm here, I should go a little bit further down.
Mathematical form his own work. James Clerk Maxwell was a theoretical physicist, just like myself. He wrote down the mathematical physics of oscillating electric fields and magnetic fields, and they are called
They need a key or something, yo.
These equations have to be memorized by every physicist in grad school. You cannot get your PhD without memorizing these equations. Every engineer who deals with radar and radio has to memorize these equations. And so, if you go to Berkeley, where I got my PhD, you can buy a t-shirt which says, "In the beginning, God said, the four-dimensional divergence of an antisymmetric second-rank tensor equals 0, and there was light." Ladies and gentlemen, this is the equation for light. The consequences of the electromagnetic revolution touch all of us. This is a picture of the Earth from outer space. Look at this picture. Europe, electrified. You can actually see the fruits of all of our efforts to create electricity, to energize our lives in one picture, seeing the Earth from outer space. So let's now talk about how Faraday and Maxwell's work touches your life as well. This is the internet. The internet is a simple byproduct of the electromagnetic force, and you can see that where there is the internet, there's prosperity. There's science, there's entertainment, there's economic activity. Where there's no internet, there's poverty. And in the future, the internet will be miniaturized and it'll be placed in your glasses. Your glasses will recognize people's faces and display their biography next to the image as you talk to them. And then when they speak Chinese to you, your glasses will translate Chinese into English and print out subtitles right beneath their image.
That's insane, bro.
So
you see that shit,
you
Wu?
will know exactly who
Come on, that's not nuts.
without even talking to them. And this means that at a cocktail party, if you're looking for a job, but you don't know who the heavy hitters are, in the future, you will know exactly who to suck up to. In the future, chips will only cost a penny because we can manufacture tinier and tinier transistors. You will have Faraday's electromagnetic force inside your body. This is a pill. It has a chip in it. The chip is smaller than an aspirin pill. It also has a TV camera and a magnet. When you swallow it, the magnet guides the camera, taking pictures of your stomach, your intestines, because we all know what middle-aged men fear the most, colonoscopies. And this gives new meaning for the expression, Intel inside.
What do you mean?
Now, let's talk about the next great forces which rule the universe. We
No,
talked about gravity, which allows us to calculate the motion of the
macro to
planets.
automatically
The
attack
mechanics
whatever you
created
attack.
by Newton helped to unleash the Industrial Revolution. Michael Faraday worked out the electromagnetic force, which gave us the wonders of the electric age. And now let's talk about the nuclear age, the stars and the sun. People have been fascinated by the sun.
I have a macro
Apollo was the
/A
god
open
that
arrow
strode across the heavens
BT
in his
close
fiery
arrow.
chariot.
So
But
whatever
hey,
the
when you
party's hitting,
calculate
I go after
how
wherever the party's hitting.
long coal or oil will burn like the sun, you realize that in just a few hundred years, the sun would burn to a crisp. So what could possibly last for billions of years? There must be a new force, a nuclear force.
The only time it fucked up is when it's more than
Einstein
two mobs
and
in
others
the
helped
that are
to
red.
unravel the secret of the stars.
All right, I'm back.
The nuclear
I'll
force
take
comes
you
in
there.
two types, weak and strong. The weak nuclear force governs radioactive decay. The strong nuclear force is one of the strongest forces in the entire universe.
You're already zoning in Bill Gates
It's so
already?
strong, it holds our protons together ever since Genesis, the beginning of time.
Yeah,
the
it's close to
equation
there,
which
yeah.
allows for the liberation of energy is Einstein's famous equation, E
Yeah, I'm zoning right
equals
now.
mc squared. What Einstein showed was that the faster you move, the heavier you get. So your weight is not a constant. When you move very rapidly, you get
I
heavier,
would, but I am
something which we
still doing
measure
Kate
every
runs.
day in the laboratory. Now this means
I swear I want to get that helmet,
energy of
so I have
motion
it done.
transformed into
I see, yeah,
mass because you get heavier. Now listen carefully. The faster you move, the heavier you get, which means the energy of motion E turns into M, your mass. And the relationship between E and M is very simple. It takes 1 second to write it down on
nobody
paper.
here.
It is exactly E equals MC squared. So the nuclear force helped to explain the secret of the sun. But it also created a Pandora's box.
We want at least sneak here.
Because inside the nucleus of the atom are particles. And when you smash these particles, what do you get? More particles. And when you smash them, what do you get? More particles. In fact, we are drowning in subatomic particles. Hundreds, thousands of subatomic particles every time we smash atoms.
So
now
you
we
go in here
smash
past
atoms
the
using something called atom smashers
caterpillars.
or particle accelerators. I built my own particle accelerator when I was
Past
in
the
high
Ruby
school.
Raptors.
When I was in high school, I went to my mom one day and I said, Mom, can I have permission to build a 2.3 million electron volt betatron particle accelerator in the garage? And my mom said, sure.
You heard that? He said he built a particle accelerator when he was in high school. How the fuck do you even build a particle accelerator?
I asked for 400 pounds of transformer
Peter
steel.
Parker?
I asked for
No,
22 miles of
Mikao Kaku.
because I wanted to create a 6 kilowatt, 10,000 Gauss magnetic field to energize my atom smasher. With 22 miles of copper wire, how could you wind it? We did it on the high school football field. I put 22 miles of copper wire on the goalpost.
This dude is out of his mind. How did he even think of that?
She ran to the 50-yard line, unraveling the spool.
And he was only a
of the
teenager.
wire. She gave it to my father, who then ran to the goalpost, and we wound 22 miles of copper wire on the high school football field. Well, finally, my atom smasher was ready. It consumed 6
Did it
kilowatts
actually
of
work?
power. That's every single ounce of power that my house could deliver.
Oh, well, there's a rev thing here up. I gotta
plugged my
check down.
ears. I
Great
closed
news.
my eyes.
Finally.
I turned on the power, and I heard this huge crackling sound as 6 kilowatts of power surged through my capacitor bank. And then I heard a pop, pop, pop sound as I blew out every single circuit breaker in the house. The whole house was plunged in darkness. My poor mom, every time she'd come home, she would see the lights flicker and die. And she must have wondered, why couldn't I have a son who plays baseball? Why can't he learn basketball? And for God's sake, why can't he find a nice Japanese girl? I mean, why does he have to build these machines in the garage?
Word, homie.
Well, these machines that I built in my garage earned the attention of a physicist, Edward Teller, father of the hydrogen bomb. And he arranged for me to get a scholarship to Harvard. And my career got a head start. He knew exactly what I was doing. I didn't have to explain to him that I was experimenting with antimatter. I was creating anti-electrons in my mom's garage and using atom smashers to eventually create beams of antimatter.
I love listening to this guy move. This guy is fucking nuts, yo. But he's fucking an insane genius, yo.
The positron or anti-electron has positive charge. This means that you can now create anti-molecules and anti-atoms. Anti-hydrogen was made at CERN outside Geneva, Switzerland, and also at Fermilab outside Chicago, where I have anti-electrons circulating around anti-protons. And in Brookhaven National Laboratory in Long Island, just recently, they detected anti-helium. We have two anti-protons with two anti-neutrons to create anti-helium. For every piece of matter, there's a counterpart which is made out of antimatter. And when the two collide, by the way, it releases the greatest energy source in the universe. It is 100% conversion of matter to energy by Einstein's equations, E equals mc squared.
How hard are those mana cores?
Inside the nucleus of the atom, we have particles upon particles when you smash them apart. In the 1950s, we were drowning in subatomic particles. In fact, J. Robert Oppenheimer, the father of the atomic bomb, once made a statement. He declared that the Nobel Prize in physics should go to the physicist who does not discover a new particle this year. That's how many particles were being discovered. So let's talk about the particle zoo. Right now, we physicists have unlocked hundreds,
friends would walk up to me and be like,
particles.
"What the f is in your mug?"
And we've been able to
And I
piece
would
them
just tell them,
together into a
"It's
jigsaw
mud."
puzzle. It's called the Standard Model.
I was drinking tons of coffee. I was jittery, I was anxious. It became really obvious to me that my coffee addiction was more something that was prescribed to me by culture than something that I wanted to continue. And I met more and more people who had a similar relationship to caffeine. I ended up swapping it out for
It has 36 quarks, 19 free parameters, 3 generations of quarks, no rhyme, no reason, but this is the most fundamental basis of reality that we physicists have been able to construct. Billions of dollars, 20 Nobel Prizes have gone into the creation of the Standard Model, and it is the ugliest theory known to science, but it works. There's one piece missing, and that one piece that's missing is called the Higgs boson. We expect to find it.
Higgs.
We want to create a higher version of this theory. And that theory, we think, is string theory.
Great.
String theory is based on the simple idea that all the 4 forces of the universe, gravity, the electromagnetic force, and the 2 nuclear forces, can be viewed as music.
Oh shit, you pulled a
Music
bunch there.
are tiny little rubber bands. So if I had a super microscope and I could look right into the heart of an electron, what would I see? I would see a vibrating rubber band. And if I twang it, it turns into a neutrino. I twang it again, it turns into a quark. I twang it again, it turns into a Yang-Mills particle. In fact, if I twang it enough times, I get thousands of subatomic particles that have been cataloged patiently by physicists. String theory, we think, is a theory of everything. Now, string theory, in turn, can be summarized in an equation about an inch long. That's my equation. This is called string field theory. And how will we test it? We are building a machine, the biggest machine of science ever
The Large Hadron
built
Collider.
in the history of the human race, outside Geneva, Switzerland. It is the Large
Hadron Collider. That's right, bro.
So the Higgs boson,
I went the
we
wrong
think,
way. I got to wait for this
will
one,
be
huh?
created by the Large Hadron Collider. A tube 17 miles in circumference with 2 beams of protons circulating in opposite directions, then slamming together, creating a shower of particles. And among these particles, we hope to find the Higgs boson. But not only that, we hope to find particles even beyond the Higgs boson. The next set of particles beyond the Higgs boson are sparticles. The next...
Now, there's a whole bunch of religious people who believe that this is a dimensional portal, and it's all demons coming from. Well, we're going to leave that part out.
next layer of the jigsaw puzzle are called sparticles, superparticles, nothing but higher vibrations, higher musical notes of a vibrating string. And what else could we do? We can also unlock the secrets of the Big Bang. You see, Einstein's equations break down at the instant of the Big Bang and the center of a black hole. The 2 most interesting places in the universe are beyond our reach using Einstein's equations. We need a higher theory, and that's where string theory comes in. String theory takes you before the Big Bang, before Genesis itself. And what does string theory say? It says
even harder.
that there is a multiverse of universes.
It can suck when you pull Mata Mata,
Where did the
but if
Big
it's
Bang
just
come
Raptors,
from?
it's not too bad.
Well, Einstein's equations give us this compelling picture that we are like insects on a soap bubble, a gigantic soap bubble which is expanding, and we are trapped like flies on flypaper. We can't escape the soap bubble, and that's called the Big Bang theory. String theory says there should be other bubbles out there in a multiverse of bubbles. When 2 universes collide, it can form another universe. When a universe splits in half, it can create 2 universes, and that, we think, is the Big Bang.
I'll kill this other Mata Mata here.
The Big Bang is caused either by the collision of universes or by the the fissioning of universes. If there are other dimensions, if there are other universes, can we go between universes? Well, that, of course, is very hard. However, Alice in Wonderland gives us a possibility that maybe one day we might create a wormhole between universes.
Nah.
This is a
I can't-
wormhole.
I can't do it out here like that. With my
Think of
gears.
taking a sheet of paper and
Easy
putting two
farm.
dots on it. The
I'm about to
shortest
go back
distance
to the
between
other
two
spot.
points is a straight line. But if I can fold that sheet of paper, then perhaps I can create a shortcut through space and time, called a wormhole. This is a genuine solution of Einstein's equations. We can actually see this in string theory. The question is, how practical is it to go through one of these things? We don't know. In fact, there's a debate among physicists today. Stephen Hawking, many physicists are jumping into the game of trying to figure out whether it's physically possible to go all the way through a wormhole. Because if you could, then you might be able to use this as a time machine. Since string theory is a theory of everything, it's also a theory of time. And time machines are allowed in Einstein's equations, but to build one is extremely difficult. Far more energy is required than a simple DeLorean with plutonium. You know, trillions of years from now, the universe is going to get awfully cold. We think the universe is headed for a big freeze. All the stars will blink out.
Damn it, I don't remember how to get to the
Stars will
fucking
cease to twinkle.
to the mall.
The universe will be so big, it'll be very cold. At that point, all intelligent life in the universe must die. The laws of physics
Okay, I got
are a
48
death warrant
minutes.
to all intelligent life. There's only one way to escape the death of the universe, and that is leave the universe. We are
Be
now,
right
of
back.
course,
I gotta
entering
go
the
to
realm
the
of science fiction,
WC.
but at least we now have equations, the equations of string theory, which will allow us to calculate if it is possible to go through a wormhole, to go to another universe where it's warmer, and perhaps we can start all over again. If you were to summarize the march of physics over the last 10,000 years, it would be the distillation of the laws of nature into four
Which gear
fundamental
swap
forces.
glue do you use? Do you use
Gravity,
your own?
electricity,
No,
and magnetism, and the two nuclear forces.
No, I mean
But
your
then
gear
the
swap.
question
Like,
is
what
there
gear
a
swap
fifth
are you using?
force? A force beyond the forces that we can measure in the laboratory.
Cylindrical?
And believe it or not, there are physicists who've actually looked very carefully for a fifth force. Some people think
something he
maybe
wrote you
it's
custom.
psychic
I got you.
phenomena. Maybe it's telepathy. Maybe it's something called psi power. Maybe it's the power of the mind. Maybe consciousness. Well, I'm a physicist. We believe in testing theories to make sure that they are falsifiable and reproducible.
I don't know why.
We want to make sure that on demand, your theory works every single time without exception. And if your theory fails
Easy Farm,
one
you
time,
gotta
it's wrong. In other words, Einstein's theory has to work
stay
every
in.
single time without
You
exception.
talk about just like staying in one spot and not
time,
moving.
Einstein's theory is proven to be wrong. The
I think
whole
you have
theory is
to
wrong.
turn down
Well,
your
so far
detection.
we can reproduce these four physical theories, but a fifth theory cannot be reproduced. We've looked for it. Some people think that maybe a fifth force may be short range, like not over the nucleus of the atom, but ranging over several feet.
Detection
And
distance.
we can't find any.
So whoever you have pulling, they just
We
you want to
physicists
set
in
it
the
very
last
low,
10
like
years have
5,
discovered a new
down like 5 or
energy
something.
source larger than the galaxy itself. Dark
then you-
energy. Realize that in our universe today, 73% of our universe, the matter and energy, 73% is in the form of dark energy, the energy of nothing. That's what's blowing the galaxies farther and farther apart. That's the energy of the Big Bang itself. Kids ask the question, if the universe banged, then what made it bang? And the answer is dark energy. 73% of the universe's energy is dark energy. 23% is dark matter. Dark matter is invisible matter. If I held it in my hand, it would go right through my hand. It holds the galaxy together. 23% of the universe is dark matter. Stars made out of hydrogen and helium make up 4% of the universe. And then what about us? We, the higher elements, we made out of oxygen, carbon, nitrogen, tungsten, iron, we make up 0.03% of the universe. In other words, we are the exception. The universe is mainly made out of dark energy. The universe is mainly made out of dark matter, overwhelming the stars, overwhelming the galaxies, in fact. Now, what is dark matter, which makes up 23% of the universe? No one knows. String theory gives us a clue, but there's no definitive answer. So in other words, for you young aspiring physicists out there in the audience, you may be saying to yourself right now, why should I go into physics? Because you guys already have a candidate for the unified field theory, right?
If not, I'm probably
Just
go back to
realize
Bill Gates.
that every single physics textbook is wrong.
I don't have
Every
enough,
single physics textbook on the
arrows and
earth
shit.
says that the universe is mainly made out of atoms, right? There it is. The universe is mainly made out of atoms. Wrong.
Too many
In the
of
last
these
10 years,
around.
we have come to the realization that most of the universe is dark. And there's a whole shelf full of Nobel Prizes for the young people who can figure out the secret of dark matter and dark energy. Let me give some advice to you. If you are a young physicist, perhaps just getting out of high school, you have dreams of being Einstein, of dreams of working on string theory and stuff like that, and then you hit freshman physics. Let me be blunt. We physicists flunk most students taking elementary physics, and we're more or less encouraged to do so by the engineering department. We don't want to train engineers who make bridges that fall down. We don't want to create engineers that create skyscrapers that fall over. There's a bottom line. You have to know the laws of mechanics. So before you can work with the laws of Einstein, you have to work with the laws of friction, levers, pulleys, and gears. As a consequence, we have a very high flunk-out rate in elementary physics. So if you're a young physicist graduating from high school with stars in your eyes, and you encounter freshman physics for the first time, watch out. If you have a rough time, that's the way it is. I started out my life as an experimental physicist. Then I went to Harvard, and then I talked to my advisor, one of the world's greatest experimental physicists, Professor Pound, and he told me that maybe it's time to give it a rest. He said to me, your skills are much better suited to what you love the most, which is theory, mathematics, the world of higher dimensions. And I realized that he was probably right. The thing about physics, or even science, that really intrigues me the most is to find the most fundamental basis for everything. Rather than trying to massage a theory or make a theory prettier, why not find out why it works? What makes it tick? And that's what I do for a living. I'm a theoretical physicist. Thank you very much.
What boosted the wandering? I do the range detection.
There's no range detection, just detection distance. And I just boosted it up a little bit.
Yeah, you gotta play with it a little bit to find the sweet spot.
Well, fucked up. Right.
Just pull him back. Just pull him back. We can do it.
It's already too late.
First one's already down.
But what I'm trying to say is when I go to sleep with Easy Farm on, it's not going to work out here like that. There's too many damn mantas out here. Oh my god. Use your warp ring.
Oh, damn fucking rain, I tell you what. That's the first time I've ever seen a frickin' Massel party won a monk.
Yep, I'm dead.
Damn.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back was.
Yeah, I should have said that spot wasn't too easy farm friendly. I mean, Woe Gates would be the most friendliest easy farm spot because neither the Jaggles or the Apex Toads, they don't aggro and they don't link.
Yeah, but the crabs and the pugils, like, they ain't nothing. Like, we were running through them.
Good to see all of you. You see a quote up there.
Oh,
by
the Toads
Niels
and the
Bohr,
Pugils
one
in
of
there
the
ain't shit either. They're really
founding
squishy.
figures of quantum mechanics. Anyone who thinks they can
Well,
talk
that
about
shit
quantum
doing the
mechanics without
knockback
getting
and
dizzy
shit
hasn't
aggro's
yet
too much
understood
like
the
that.
first word of it.
Oh yeah,
Now,
the Mata. They
why
definitely
would that
suck.
be? What did Niels Bohr mean by that? Well, basically he meant that we all have a good intuition for classical.
It seems like the left is militating against the advent of science. One of those areas is the area of transgenderism. The argument that is typically made by gender theorists is that gender is entirely separate from sex. You've seen the argument made that it makes no difference on average if men are stronger than women are, and that if we were to allow transgender women to compete with non-transgender women, then this would somehow not disadvantage biological women. And this seems to me absolutely ascientific, that if we're actually going to have a discussion about gender and sex, that should be based in data, which suggests that mammals are in fact binary in terms of their sex, unless you have intersex birth defects typically, or genetic defects.
I'm happy to opine on this.
I'm gonna go somewhere else.
This only
Not at
matters
this point in time.
because today we segregate
I
nearly
shall
all sports
momentarily
by
be
gender.
or be.
There.
Otherwise,
That's where the element. That's where I pop
why
the
do you even
element.
give a what someone identifies with. So we live in a free country, and with consenting adults and people free expression of who and what they are.
Yeah, an adult level, I agree with you. I think it does matter what you teach
That's what I'm
children.
saying. And so there's the matrix of what you are biologically, how you express yourself, who you choose as a sexual partner. If we actually live in a free country, as we tell ourselves, people's freedom to behave in any of those ways should not concern you at all. Nor are they requiring that you behave that way. Okay, this is for their own freedoms, because we live in a free country. Now, what is unresolved here is, what do you do with sports? It's unresolved. And I've followed that closely, and I don't see any meaningful solutions to come down off of that. We know that hormones manifest differently in different people, and just the whole thing with steroids. Steroids are hormones, right?
So what are you about to do,
and
Al?
we rallied against steroids in
staying up for a
professional
while, or
sports
what?
because it gives you an undue
I was
advantage.
about to get an hour left, and then I gotta get off.
And I've tried to think of what the future of sports would be in the world of a gender spectrum. And it may be, you don't specify whether it's a male or female sport. You just take measurements of what your hormonal balances are. And so you compete based on your hormones. I mean, this is thought I had. I mean, I don't know. I don't know where it's going to land.
The WNBA won't be in business for very long if that's the case.
It would just be you'd have to find some way to compete people against each other if you still care that sports is an interesting activity.
I guess the area where it does come up in a non-sports area.
Yeah, tell me, 'cause I don't know.
So it would be, you talk in your book about the education of children and teaching children about science. And right now, children are being taught about the quote-unquote gender spectrum, which is not scientifically based. That is a theory-based idea.
No, wait, hold on. People express themselves on a spectrum. So you learn that.
That's a social point, not a scientific point. Meaning we express ourselves
hold on.
based in different languages. Is that something you teach in science class, or is that something that you teach when you're teaching a language?
So whether the fact that people want to express themselves on a spectrum, on a gender spectrum, whether that fact is something you want to put in a sociology class or in a science class, maybe that remains to be determined. But it is a real fact about real society.
Well, of course, nobody's denying that people identify how they want to identify.
So
the question is, what is the relationship of that to biology? Meaning that the argument is made that trans women are women, for example. And what that seems to mean is that trans women are identical to women. Now, if people want to say trans women are not biological women, obviously that is the case. But people don't seem to want to say that, although that is obviously scientifically true. Trans women are not biological women. Biological women are biological women.
But where are you going with this? What are you trying to accomplish by asking yourself, is it science or is it not science? It's people in society.
But this is a perfect example of an area where suddenly it doesn't matter to say things that are just true. Like, why is it bad or wrong to point out?
I have another way to approach this. I care what is objectively true in the world as a scientist. But let me not say even as a scientist. I just simply care what is objectively true. And science happens to be a pretty potent path to invoke, to find out what is true. And so if people express themselves on a gender spectrum, and that is an actual thing in an actual society, if we have not fully explained that scientifically, that's an interesting frontier to study. If you want to say it's only sociological, then it's the purview of the social sciences. I don't care who studies it. It's an interesting fact about society that's worth learning about. To make it, to fight someone and say it's not biological, it's just your this.
Oh, hold on,
It's real
let me
and
turn
it's
this
there.
down a little bit, yo.
Because it's real because it manifests.
What'd you say, bro?
What weapon you use on your red mage? The nagling?
Nagling, Corsia Moore's turret. The only other thing I think a red mage needs is the Contemplar +1, which is extremely hard to get.
Who's that drop from?
The Tumult Curator.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what it's hard even. Yeah, that's why a lot of people don't have that. But that's your best distract weapon in the game. Once you augment it and get the what is it, the accuracy +70 on that bitch, it's not nice. That's right. Give me these fucking taupes, yo. These scales already, yo. I got all a year. And that bow, if you get enough, if you get enough ambu points and pulse weapons, the Euler, it's a good bow, yo. It gives you some good stats. You're not gonna get better accuracy, in that slot, and it gives you strength, dexterity, and something else +15. I think yeah, strength, dexterity, and agility. So it's a pretty damn good piece, yo.
They don't have a gun, do they?
That is correct, sir.
Alright, let's get this shit ready. I'm gonna lay the fuck down.
Two more skills, yo. All right. Let me see what is that, yo. Find all. $18 so far, yo.
It is real because it manifests, but the question of how to classify manifestation is a scientific question, meaning that, for example, there was a woman over at Brown University. She came out with a study that suggested that there was a phenomenon called rapid onset gender dysphoria, in which a member of a particular group would suffer from gender dysphoria, and this person's immediate peer group would suddenly have an onset of gender dysphoria. This paper was so controversial that Brown tried to pull it, and then was forced to reassign it later. You see this sort of
That's a
treatment
different question. What you're asking now is, are there some topics that should not be studied scientifically?
Right.
And Is there some taboo? And Sam Harris speaks a lot about this.
Yes.
And I think the concern is if you study some topic that's a hot button topic and you bring scientific methods and tools to it, we don't trust. I'm interpreting here. I think we as a society don't trust that people in charge in a free country won't try to legislate something that will constrict people's freedoms in the face of that information. I think that's the fear.
Well, isn't that...
It's a fear.
I mean, and isn't that...
We don't trust our own ability to govern ourselves in the face of what could be some information relative to other kinds of information.
Isn't that a bit of a problem?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, it's not. It means it's not a free society. It's not a society of free inquiry, which I think you need ultimately. But yeah.
My general take on all of this stuff, from climate change to gender dysphoria to all of these issues, is bring out the science and then let's hash it out. I think that the problem I'm seeing on a lot of sides.
What is your motivation?
Why are you in here?
Matter?
It matters because if you
down by the
you could end up creating legislation that subtracts freedoms from people who previously were enjoying the same freedoms as you. The history of that exercise
then make a better argument.
Doesn't end well.
Well, but the history of which exercise? Bring out all the science and let's hash it out?
I'm saying if you bring out all the science and the politicians hash it out, the history of that exercise is a recipe for disaster if it involves discoveries that put people's freedom as defined in our Constitution at risk.
But now you're arguing for limitations on areas of particular study.
No, I'm arguing on we need a way to shield, we need a way to protect people's freedoms in the face of whatever gets discovered scientifically.
So
I'll give it.
I agree. I think that's what the Constitution is for, is to guard rights from.
But we're always fighting people who want rights are always fighting others who are saying they don't get the rights from the Constitution. This is a daily challenge on the progressive left. It is a daily challenge, right? Here's an example. I forgot how I ended up getting this phone call. It was some magazine that serves the gay community. And they want, I remember why, because they wanted my opinion on, they wanted my opinion about whether being gay was biological or mental.
Right, there's that new study that came out, this vast
or
study.
Psychological.
Right,
okay?
Right.
And I said, I don't care which it is. Find out what it is, fine. But the answer to that question should have no consequence on legislations or laws. Because, for example, suppose it said it's purely biological, okay? Then you say, oh, that explains it. Suppose it says it's purely psychological. What are you going to do now? You say, well, now you're going to go to the reorientation camps or whatever those are called, where they realign you because they say it's psychological rather than biological. All of a sudden, people start behaving in ways in society that want to constrict the freedom of expression of who and what people are. That is a danger. So
it's very dangerous.
There needs to be a line in the sand. Let science do what it does. But politicians...
I went the opposite way. I got turned around.
Yet there's so many politicians that are
I'll be
doing
right there.
the opposite of that.
So why aren't you a libertarian? I mean, why are you a libertarian? Come over here. Just the line is right here. Just join me over here.
You back in the main room or where?
Yeah, I'm back here. I'm on the other side of the tunnel where you're at.
I found you.
Hold on, let me lower down the detection distance. Battle targeting. Apex crab, add. Apex blah, add. Start her up.
Did the Lua for the range attacks help you?
Yes.
Sweet.
Yes, it did.
Sweet.
I don't know why it keeps wandering though. Oh, because I have approach on. Hopefully that fixes it. Alright, hopefully that does it.
$79.5. So close. So close. Are you guys down there CP or JP?
Yeah. Yep. Be out here the rest of the night. Max that screen.
I forgot how much a pain in the butt is to level.
My essay said I am fueled by the demons, inspired by hellfire, giving me a reason, motivated by fear, and always seeking, driven by lust and always dreaming. Always caught truth is often self-deceiving. I hope you got something that gives your life meaning. My son used to sit on my lap and I would feed him. I got another son that died, I never seen him. I wonder if he with me when I'm making my beats. I think my other son being alive, I got so much to teach.
So what?
Jim got that COVID-19 and that the world is coming to an end. It's how it seems.
Fucking my stepdaughter.
My son became the most beautiful thing that I ever seen in my life. And this is why I'm always streaming, working on, even let's talk about the seasons. Why would I celebrate the birthday of a rapist, racist Christian who means men? I could have slave masters, you according to presidents. These will kill you and your family after the Bible reads it. They claim this is a Christian nation, foundation. On Thanksgiving Day after we finish eating, a lot of your Native Americans got a beating. And the trail tells you're walking while bleeding. In the school to teach it's a program. And by the news you can see it succeeding. You ain't succeeding in life. It's stampeded that MLK died for nothing. That's what I'm speaking. No matter how skilled or educated
It's not cool.
it's still hard to for a black man to get a job. Unless nigga you wanna rap or play basketball. Work hard breaking your back or be my janitor. On Independence Day I would've got killed for learning to read or seeing that you ain't my master. Blacks fought for the rights to go to war. Now we on the front line and we don't know what we dying for. On Valentine's Day, a lot of people are lonely. The married and the single, they are both lonely. The earlier references are for Veterans, Labor and Memorial Day. So now let's move on to Mama and Papa Day. Or some are bitter, others celebrate. This depends on your relationship and your mental state. Did they beat you down or did they elevate? That case later, the words they said still resonate. I just wanted to penetrate. He waits for Santa Claus, holding this 38. The Santa Claus with gifts, moving with haste. So the fresh baked cookies they left for him on the plate.
Is that what we want to do here?
He got a 38 cock back there waiting. So remember me Santa, I met you when I was 8. I said in your lap, you Jimmy got it harder than steel gates. You said you wanted to take me on a date. Or every
Shit.
for you, I would wait. In the North Pole, all the elves getting raped. Mrs. Claus getting none, so she got a masturbate. Then he shot Santa in the head, and he said that he flared away on the sled. I'm out. You know how
Damn.
the story go. Rudolph the reindeer led. Can we talk about Jesus instead? The Emperor Constantine, the Council of Nicaea.
God damn it.
The Catholic Church heralds the New World Order. This is how the Bible. Let's celebrate the birthdays of all these gods and call it Christmas. She lied to her daughter and said it was me, not Santa who bought you these gifts. Now I ain't even gonna talk about, Juneteenth. Make promises on New Year's Day and break them in less than a week. And the point of this rhyme that I'm trying to say, is real simple. Happy holidays, y'all. This rhyme is
Actually, I got hot Discord again real quick. I'll here be a sec.
more beautiful and radiant than the sun, and more warm than the sun.
Alright, no problem.
I love you, son. Hey, yo, anybody listening to this joint? We got more coming. The new era has begun. David Winston, aka the Tornado. Shout out to my brother Lindo, my mama, my man Carl, my brother Silver, my girl Tanya. Peace. And then circle in my blue dick. Suck it. Your mom is a man. Do you understand? This is weird sense. Smoke too much. Anyway. Peace. Happy holidays. You know what the fuck went on? one-on-one with the great one to my son. Every creation that I make is a dedication upon my foes' faces. Goes my urination, and these are the dangers of low expectations. You get what you expect. It's like an invitation for demons to catch wreck in your set. An invasion. Now you chasing what you should not be chasing. You don't even want what you chasing, but you chasing it. While being chased due to choices we're making, the consequences could often be devastating. At the end of the day, your life ain't changing no matter what you change. You in the same situation. It's like every boyfriend with just another Jason, though, running away with your all but never escaping. You remain stagnant while the world keeps pacing. And these are the dangers of low expectations.
Routine is what you build around what you think you can't change. When he woke up in the morning, he didn't even expect to walk. When you do something today, you forget what day it is. Have you had a life every day you ended up at the same spot?
These are the dangers of low expectations. While you're losing, you're watching others gain, which makes you think it's cursed. You start explaining, maybe I was meant to have or do great things. Next thing you know, we co-start claiming, this is who I am, I've accepted, I can't win. No expectations lead to wrong risk-taking and often lead to some form of procrastination. These are the dangers of procrastination. Opportunities wasted. So now your payment must increase as I face the fate with everything that I do is last minute or late. These are the dangers of time wasted. You just get older, there are no do-overs. It's time to pay the piper who have been patiently waiting. There's nothing more dangerous than isolation mixed with resentment. This mixture can change me from a nice guy to running up in work, guns blazing. Disappointments based on unmet expectations, excuses pacify the failure that we're embracing, faking. So it's God that we put our faith in, waiting for the great day of manifestation. When you accept less, all you get is death. And these are the dangers of no expectations.
You have been functioning at a lower level of expectation. So you have been receiving on the level of your expectation. It is a frustrating thing to see other people going in and you're just going there. And if I'm not going to go in, I don't want to see you go in. I don't want to see nobody go in. Everybody just sit out here with me. I'm not a hater or nothing, but after a while I get tired of watching y'all go in. When every day looks the same, the light goes out in your eyes. When every day looks the same, you cease to appreciate morning. What difference does morning make when it's going to look just like yesterday looked like? Why should I be excited? Why should I prepare for routine? I already know how to do this because daily I end up at the same spot. And if you're not careful, you start to believe maybe it's not for me. Maybe I'm not supposed to. Maybe I'm not meant to be happy. Maybe I'm not meant to be loved. Maybe I'm not supposed to be married. But anytime you don't go in, you start making excuses. Excuses. Comfort. Incapacity. I would have been further if my mama hadn't done that. It's not my fault that you are living the life you expect. If you want more, you can have more. But when you make a routine out of being miserable.
And I quote, a fly love song. The book that I'm talking about is Kenny Warner's Effortless Master. I was creating all the truth, but it ain't quick. My work, you never aim to make something great. That's what I learned with the book I embraced. It's really changed my purpose. Before you was changed, less it changed and aimed my purpose. So when I create, it's like I'm changing the person that I don't know. But I changed with haste, determined to escape from this place of great hurts and put a smile on the face of the hurting. It'll not hurt me. I used to walk with faith that wasn't swerving, with the goals to educate on God's grace undeserving. Yeah, I went to church and didn't know the sermon. Listened to the sermon, took those over fire. Believing life became my strength and joy eternal. I saw my God was supplied, but believe I was certain. Amazing transformation, these lives were birthed. And then the day when the truth came in with a warning. First I jump in the ship, then I skip to my loop on a quick trip to a place that don't exist. A planet Jupiter is in our midst. Time is not for bliss from mystery Genesis. First I jump in the ship, then I skip to my loop on a quick trip to a place that don't exist. A planet Jupiter is in our midst. Time is not for bliss from mystery Genesis. On the day when the truth came in with a warning, I was on stage doing my thing. When I was that fly fly guy with a nice tie and night Jordan. When I asked by about me, they was talking. Any type of wind I could get is what I wanted. I was crying like a lion that is tired more than shit still hurts now. I'm still denying while trying to get it over it. When I woke up, it was you I was calling. You had me choked up from the words that we were talking, so I smoked up some hands and started drawing. I miss you so much, I would just throw my all in. The shock of car through the fire, I'd be walking and feel my desire for you for just a moment. I said, New York, for the sake, I had my pain and hang up with niggas and play a video game. As it jumps in the ship, then skips to my loo on a quick trip to a place that don't exist. The planet Jupiter is in our midst. Time is not for bliss from this regenesis. As it jumps in the ship, then skips to my loo on a quick trip to a place that don't exist. The planet Jupiter is in our midst. Time is not for bliss from this regenesis. Time is not. No fair. Oh shit, I'm digressing. Let's get back to the Trinity. I was dreaming of the G and thinking of the C and haunted by the memories of where my seed is at. So when deny or I play with my hand on the tree of the head on the wee-wee, give it a jack. Now back to the rest. Many trust I collapse to attack subjects that matter the most on the track. People lost to the trap, then adapt to the crap and accept it as fact and just live life like that. See, I bet like Lucifer at the earth gets stupid up on the ship to Jupiter and I ain't coming back. So as I say my goodbyes to the lives which I led, which I now dead, I can finally relax. As I sat back and black, take the bed on my cat on my lap, makes math get back. Wishing that I wasn't missing that. Wishing that I wasn't missing that. First I jumps in my ship, then skips to my loo on a quick trip to a place that don't exist. The planet Jupiter is what I miss. The time is not for this from this regenesis. Yeah, I know you was gay, but I still had to try, First I jumps in my ship and skips to the moon on a quick trip to a place that don't exist. The planet Jupiter is in our midst. Time is not for this from this regenesis. First I jump in the ship and skip to my moon on a quick trip to a place that don't exist. The planet Jupiter is in our midst. The time is not for bliss from this regenesis. Jupiter ain't motherfucker. Jupiter ain't my nigga. Jupiter ain't bitch. Jupiter. Mouth. This is the tornado. And I got a simple question to ask you. Who made who? Let me kick the game. A man loves a woman. It says, yo, don't you dare go anywhere without me. You'll be cut off, punished, tormented. If you choose to disobey without me. I heard you got plans for your life. Well, that's nice, but I got different plans for you. So you have to put the dreams on the back burner. I am not here to make your dreams come true. Sometimes I beat you, other times I'm wonderful, like giving you the gifts nobody else can give. See, I was the only one who could help you, but I chose not to help you. It is what it is. You stay with me because you know what happened. If you leave me, you'll be in hell. And then in hell, me, you should obey. Marry me and your testimony, go and tell. How can I tell the difference between a God made by a man and a God that made man? How can I tell the difference between a God made by man and a God who made man? How can I tell the difference between a God made by man and a God who made man? How can I tell the difference between a God that is and a God that isn't? A father pays to adopt a child, gives him a gift, a box full of crap. The lad hates the system in which he is given, yet is grateful, saying thank you for this and that. Was God made in the image of man? Was man made in the image of God? See, what heals one destroys another, but the writing on the wall synthesizes fits all. But all these different gods and religious beliefs can't all be right, but can all be wrong. But since I am a Christian, I can basically say that I'm right and you're wrong. The gospel let the murderers biggest and the tyrants to run the world with all power in their hands. They live above the laws they create. and are never held responsible for their inhumane acts. And in fact, they're often given money, power, and praise. The foster dad beats the kid sometimes. Says he's doing it to make the kid pure gold. His father has killed his own children a couple times. Killed children and babies and called it just. The jealousy of love, it gets violent quick. When the wrath of the Lord gets poured out on all men will suffer. And thank God for it. How can I tell the difference between a God made by man and a God who made man? How can I tell the difference between a God made by man and a God who made man? How can I tell the difference between a God made by man and a God who made man? How can I tell the difference between a God that is and a God that isn't? How can you tell the difference between a God made by man and a God who made man? God. How can you tell the difference between a God made by man and a God who made man? God. How can anyone tell the difference between a God made by man and a God who made man? God. How can anyone tell the difference between a God that is and a God that isn't?
Okay.
This title is dedicated to my pretty kitty. And it's called Candace. Check it out. Very ready to do my beat, start with the sample. I was never good at making beats with a sample. I use MIDI notes and I know how to play. My boys play video games for 8 hours a day. When I'm in the lab like Dexter, beating the drum pad, looking for that texture. There's a standard of excellence, and if it don't measure, to the delete button, the next makes something better. The time that we had as a kid, I still remember mama singing Rubber Wool. I'm blessed that we're still together. As a kid, I beat the desk up to make beats, and with beatbox, like I was Dougie Fresh. My drum patterns are based on 80s hip hop. Drums got it hard like Will Smith slapping Chris Rock. Looking for the pain in the notes and the chords and the words that I'm talking in the way that I'm performing. I'm giving all I can to the path that I'm walking down the path in blue and white Nike Air Jordan. She's sexy and black, beautiful and all that. She's a friend and a lover, much more than a cat. Sometimes she's a pain, but I love her so much. I tell her to go away, I tell her to come. Sometimes I make the beat arrogant for the drum. When I set it off, it becomes war to one. Wrapped up create, we just reinvent everything. And then toss it in like an alchemist, making them potions. There's some here and some that are poisons. Take your pick. And then take a sip. Every beat that I make is a roller coaster ride, so please take a seat and enjoy the ride. The highs and the lows and the highs. It's all mathematics, and the sequence is applied. I make my beats in Ableton, on my Elisa's Arturia, VSTs and native instruments. Juno was the wife of Jupiter, the queen of heaven. Now go ahead and Google search the Bible reference. September 82, the Juno 60 release. Okay. While y'all make love and sex, I make beats. The most important thing in beats is the grooving. That's what keeps the head bopping, the people dancing, the music moving. And I'm old and messed up in the pain, don't let them. So when people talk to me, son, I'm like, whatever. Compose a 12 and make 3D models. Then export them to Photoshop to make 2D models. Unity is the engine that I build it. I work day and night, study to get the skills in. Underground market to be fulfillment. So while y'all all partied up, I'm just gonna chill here. Just go chill here, say. PBR, the synth sounds, yo. Sounds babyish. That's no coincidental. Ancient Egypt, black cats were worshipped. Bastard protector of woman, the goddess. They said that these cats kept evil spirits away. In the medieval times, the view of the black cat changed. The black cat became associated with witchcraft. There's a witch flying around her room with a black cat. The Bombay panther, the bird, and the meow. No matter how old she is, she's always a child. My baby, thank you, honey, for the love. I wish you could understand the words in my song. God put a new song in my mouth that I will spit with a thunderous shout. While you're playing, I'm watching your stream, and I'm wishing that I could be down with the team, but I can't. Sometimes I go to extremes to live in denial of the dream. Back to Ableton and the Dolby Edition. The music that I make with the spell, the apparition, like David on harper with beats and lyricism that should be labeled as a form of mysticism. Then it change your vision like real good ism. I'm always talking about the king because I miss him. To become a Christian or a better Christian, follow blindly and ignore all suspicions. Stand out, just getting where you fit in. Let me tell you what to think so that you don't think different. I can mold your opinions, which control your decisions. You feel guilty to the ascendant, that's the purpose of religion. To worship an image that was brought to us to get it somehow a greater living in heaven, we will be with it. I put rhymes to the rhythm, the free minds from the prison, invest my time, mind, and chips into this dice roll to get ends. Zah. Candid music, y'all. You ever seen The 4 Eyes of Hell? Well, I have, and it's still the most amazing thing I've ever seen. But now I only care about the glowing eyes that shine in hell. When I'm streaming, Candid be at meow, meow. And people hear that, and they be like, yo, Winsand, go feed your cat. Before she start biting you on your fingers. Candace, y'all. That's Daddy Baby. That's my sexy lady. I love you, Leg Pain. Now, we just gonna let this beat rock. And say peace. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I know and sometimes I don't. Sometimes I will, yo, and sometimes I won't. If you give me some time, I'll put in work for show. Sometimes I don't know what to say when I rap. The right chords to play, the right loops and drum tracks. Whose God is fiction, whose God is fact. Did your God answer prayers? Why do you believe that? Sometimes I write my rap with my cat on my lap. What does God do and don't do? The cans and the cans. Sometimes I wonder what mother ever see me sit back with some peace and joy so that I actually relax. We pray to our God when under attack. His help guaranteed. Can we break free from the traps who's telling the truth? And whose words are traps that lead to nothing like running around circles doing laps. Sometimes I pray and say to someone else at another place across the planet trying to remain intact and keeping the faith. Or is this a load of crap because we're afraid of hell when the physical body does collapse? Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I know, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I will, yo, and sometimes I won't. If you give me some time, I'll put in work for show. Sometimes I will, and sometimes I won't. Sometimes I know, and sometimes I don't. Sometimes I will, yo, and sometimes I won't. If you give me some time, I'll put in work for show. Yo, sometimes I look at the world and it's suffering. What is God doing and not doing? Why? I don't understand. Sometimes I ask God, do you love or hate life? I'm wondering, is God of glad? It seems he's always mad.
That's correct, sir.
Sometimes I look at other Christians talking talk about how one day they're gonna win. Sometimes I hear about karma, but what's the difference? The wicked man is sitting back,
This is Big Pun, if you notice. The motif that just played. Thank you. Baby, baby. It's supposed to. I fucked up and ran out of time and had to jet out of Abasia. I thought I was getting the time extensions, but I wasn't. So here's the big pun again. I'm not a player. What are you doing? I thought you was in the Discord with us, yo. Okay. They'll break out of that after he realizes that he has to eventually. Just setting this shit up and get back in there. Yeah, man. You gotta do that shit, yo, cause the people gonna wanna be able to talk to you and shit, yo. Oh, it's the other people in here, okay. Fuck it, we just send her this shit, yo. I'm gonna try to get another 2 and then maybe get back into working on my game and shit depending on what time it is.
Get out of here because I got a dinner.
Let's see what's next. Anyway. Oh, I'm underground. That's that shit right there, yo. Some of these beats are going to be featured in the game. I might put this in the game. I'm not sure, yo.
Oh shit, Flint died.
That's right. Oh shit. It didn't fucking... Damn it. Go fuck your mother, yo. Most of it. What happened is I forgot that I did a little crystal farming before I did this, y'all. So I had a whole bunch of crystals and shit. You know, so I'm ready to go in there and shit. I need a fucking platform for this stage, yo. I know what I'm thinking. You know what? You see how this shit? I got out. I thought that shit said I still had 5 minutes when I left, yo. And now they won't make me wait. Fucking play more standing simulator, yo. If anybody knows, this is from the 45 Classic. And that's Rakim. I'm underground.
I was gonna give all these shout outs and then Ableton erased the first 8 bars for whatever stupid reason. This happened before with Ableton. It just anyway, I ain't got time to really explain. It's 1:03 a.m. and I'm recording in Adobe Audition. So this is Candace's music. Meow to it. Or purr. I am the tornado. I am. I do what I do out of necessity, with the goal to rest in peace eventually. I'm looking at my plans and I'm studying my enemies. I got a sickness that no medicine can remedy. I smile to my face telling you never see. I work day and night to build a legacy. I pray desperately, endlessly, because of my penalty. I'm in a place that you don't want to ever be. So as I kick the energy over this melody, I'm gonna run from the deputy that is known as my memories. You know, catching me, but I'm running from is already ahead of me. This is my destiny, like God, I'm filled with anger and jealousy. I have the tendency to dream about having weaponry, unloading zestfully, killing you and your family. Cause if you all die slowly and painfully, I would be happy. I'm definitely too happy that I be doing triple forward backflips and celebrating like I just won the lottery. She sit on my lap for hours. She is daddy's sexy lady, let me tell you about her. The Bombay Panther, the person in me out. No matter how old she is only a child. The people say that they love life. I wonder how, because I've analyzed my life and the lives of others around. I picked up the Bible because I thought it would pick me up, but instead it left me beat down. When I sit in the chair, she'll go meow. It's time to turn on Ableton and make the sounds. Sometimes I turn the piano and mess around like a martial artist, mastering his or her style. Sometimes I write, sometimes I freestyle, sometimes I bite, sometimes I'm original. Sometimes I'm calm, sometimes I'm buck wild, sometimes I know, sometimes I don't know how to love. So I get on stage and perform like a clown. Hurt the people that they love, because they got no one else to beat up. My man told me years ago he died, and only the strong and wise commit suicide. He showed me his diary and then I looked aside. My man been stuck inside of this mental prison for a long time. Miserable and just hating being alive. He don't want to live, he don't want to die. He's afraid of what lies on the other side. And reading the Bible has got this guy totally terrified. He's chilling out with his man Pete, getting high. Every beat that I make is a roller coaster ride. So take a seat and enjoy the ride. You know what comes before the fall? Your pride. So as my boxing circle colliders collide, I'ma learn that UNITY. Listen, mess in the bedroom, I got that DPS. Your man can only do 2 or 3 damage at best. I'm not the worst or the best. I roll solo most of the time on my quest. Looking at Vanessa, sucking on the breast. Most of the time that you see me, I'm stressed. And you don't want to know what I'm thinking about. Just be happy that what I'm thinking don't manifest. 3D Max, pose it 3D. Export that to Photoshop, make it 2D. Import that in the Unity. Then create some scripts so that everything can flow smoothly. I'm talking about Parallax and Bloom. The second video game that I make is coming soon. Metrovania, as I sit in my room with my cat on my lap making funky tunes. C sharp, 251, sometimes it's musical, sometimes it's not, son. Understand this is hip hop, son, and it's all about the groove, they call it the motion. Who's more bright and radiant than the sun? Who's more warm, whose life has just begun? My girl told me that she just wants to run and hide because everybody knows what she has done. She said nobody cares because she is a loser and people just love to beat her down and abuse her. She got so used to being defeated and sometimes she'll say that maybe life was meant for me to be this way. Then she opened up the book of Lamentations and asked would a loving father act this way. To what children that he says he loves. It was only for your reputation that you rescued
Hey, Winston,
us.
tell
Yeah.
Pimp I had to go, but he died. He fell asleep and died.
Okay.
Gates.
Yeah, anything's happening, yo. I'm sure he got more than he lost, yo.
Yeah, I just don't want to be like, oh, I don't want him to be like, I left him out there, but he fell asleep. So.
Dude, everybody forcefully play this game, yo.
It is considered a mix between Castlevania.
What are you doing?
I'm waiting 28 minutes because I thought I was getting time chess, but I wasn't. So I gotta wait for less than 28 minutes now. Now it's 25 minutes, so I can work on my game a little bit while I'm waiting for 25 minutes because I don't really feel like doing other things in this game. I really want to get as many as I can get while I'm playing. It's probably why Moon was like, open every chest, but I thought that all the blue chests, I thought that any blue chest was a timer, but obviously that information was incorrect. All right, China platform. Boom. Let's increase that. Exactly, right? Yes, well, I you know, it's been a really, I would say a long time, but technically this is the first time I've done this. So, right, I forgot that fact, okay? And then I thought that I still had time because that shit still said I had 5 minutes when I exited, yo. So I don't know why I'm standing out here. You know why? You know why I'm standing out here? Because this is the standing simulator. Yeah. Ah, shit, Moo. This is the jam right here, yo. Pink cookies with no plastic bags. Being crushed by buildings. By your man David Winsands.
Being crushed by buildings. Pink cookies with no plastic bags. Being crushed by buildings. Pink cookies with no plastic bags. Being crushed by buildings. Pink cookies with no plastic bags. And it goes a little something like this. I take 30 literatures and put them in a class, 30 in the C's. And make that verse, they last. Find 30 producers and give them the same rap. Hip-hop is dead, everything is just trash. Because knowledge makes you people for nearly everyone. I'm alone at home in the zone, holding the craft. Life is too short to be wasting time. You see, I'm big, he not small, tall like a giraffe. You always having a meeting on Cypress Hill Ave, smoking Big L.
There should be a
your cat. First I knocked on the door while those in power laughed. I was given a few stacks in a brown paper bag. Then I kicked in the door and take a seat. Locked and broken. No more talking on that jazz. Everything was Kumo deep before I came in. Now it's time for a change because all things must pass. Don't believe the hype, one day you're gonna have. But even what you did, I know that I have. I was banging on the door to force some deeds that I had. But they let me in and why I don't understand. I'll never stop saying thank you to my son. With a past like mine, I'm so honored to be your dad. Dick Rich, It's a Boy remix has new meaning when that King Kai am grip my finger in his hand. Now I'm gonna quit for a tribe or a band that colliders. To the dead can dance. UNITY like that Queen Latifah jam with the plan is to give it all to my lad. So that he can make his own business plan. But his own business, speaking English and Spanish. See, hun, I'm strictly business. Never press me if I ruled the world. Lauren Hill was still rap. The song is dedicated to a refugee that got HIV and is innocent and served years for that. The song is for the slaves and the children that get abused every day because they can't fight back. For all the pioneers, I'm going way back. Graffiti on the train, beatboxing, Fat Boys. Ralph McDaniel video, music by DJ Red Alert, Marty Marr, Mr. Magic. The reason why I bust the rhymes on the mic and do what I do, and do it how I like. I wanna make you feel like you never felt your life. Just wanna make it all right, so hold on tight. Let the rhythm be your guiding light. Please don't take this MC lightly. Just give me that microphone. I'ma show you the real meaning of the danger zone. Home, I've been in this game for years. It's made me an animal. Friends, how many of us have them? Is the question I'm asking you. you start looking like the stuff that's surrounding you. So run the MC away is what you may have to do. You better the Jay-Z train. I said, what's up with you? Can I stick my Big Daddy Kane raw up in you? When you look into the mirror, are you comfortable? Can you accept you see your reflection? It's cool. See, I'm the one labeled public enemy number one. The stress that I carry is like my Uzi, which weighs a ton. It ain't hard to tell how nasty nice I become. I'm the Grandmaster Ace who was afraid to do this when I was young. So break it down and check the production. Will Christ get the glory when it's all done? See, 2 years ago, a friend of mine asked me to say some MC rap. So I told him, a child is born with no state of mind, blind to the ways of mankind. Close her concubines at these times. Then you'll find money and power, what's really divine. Christianity is stood behind. You keep our minds focused and blind, and not truth, it's design. You keep us in line, confused and confined. Mad like the man rap at Puff Daddy and his shine. I threw ice cube in my vanilla, iced tea, salt and pepper on a burger with a slice of Swiss beats. I'm rough and tough but nice and smooth with my beats. The grand pooper who I beat Rocky, so come have a seat. My poetry is my even got an immortal technique. I'm a nigga with an attitude and a man of peace. My mind is playing tricks on me. Let me speak, Sparks alive. I was puffing live with them last week. Made big pun. 5 Dog, your master James Market. All rest in peace like AC. I'm making unique. When I DJ premiered, I was already a groove. The black samurai with his katana giving it to you. Wu-Tang Clan martial art style. Like Cannon Ryu, fire-based projectile. I'm your Dr. Dre here to you. Your main source, my time is done, hun. I'm walking out the front door. Pink cookies with no plastic bags. Being crushed by buildings. Pink cookies with no plastic bags. Being crushed by buildings. Pink cookies with no plastic bags. Being crushed by buildings. Pink cookies with no plastic bags.
Hey, so did you hear? Did you hear about all the budget cuts they did last Friday for WWE?
No.
Yeah, they released like 7 people.
Oh shit, yeah.
There were nobodies though. They released mostly all NXT 2.0. But here's the kicker though. They just put a new edict. You have 90 days. If you're a new talent, to change your performance or they can fire you. Basically, what's going to happen is they're going to have basically such a bare bone roster that it's going to go back to being just one brand.
Oh, that's the real reason why they're making it all one belt now. The unification of the titles and shit.
Yeah, because they have less than like 30 wrestlers, and that's not even what they're used to having. They're used to having like 50 plus wrestlers and people coming and going, and now people are just staying with WWE. They're saying that Roman Reigns is not going to lose the title until sometime next year.
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing, yeah. Because they want him to fight The Rock. Because I thought The Rock was coming back last year, and then they had that one fucking fight with John Cena I was talking to you about. Like, oh yeah.
They're saying that Roman Reigns is the top star, and that when The Rock comes, he's gonna lose, he's gonna win, he's gonna beat The Rock. They are really pushing Roman Reigns as the next big thing. And Cody Rhodes is kind of like stuck in a. Cody Rhodes basically got lied to. He's not getting a title no time soon.
Duh. Why am I not surprised to hear something like that? Yeah.
Well, the thing is Cody Rhodes was. I guess his thing is that he wants to be a champion, but they're not going to give him a title no time soon because they won't even. Roman Reigns is not even facing anybody at the next pay-per-view for the title. He's going to be in a 6-man tag match.
Oh gosh. You mean in Backlash?
WrestleMania Backlash is going to be a 6-man title.
Oh, okay. I read that Heyman was pushing. I read like a little bit about it, but I didn't go deep into it. Oh, okay. So it is going down. That's the plan.
So first they're going to have a tag match for the unification, but I guess they basically put a gun to that idea and said no. Now it's a 6-man tag, and then they're going to build up Drew McIntyre to face Roman Reigns. But I also think Roman Reigns is still injured from the match with Brock Lesnar. Because he did yell that Brock Lesnar did dislocate his arm now. That's why they made the finish so quick.
Yeah, you was telling me that, yo. I was like, damn, yo, what the hell happened, yo?
Yeah. So really, in reality, if you're looking at WWE right now, it's about to fall apart. I give it, they lose 2 more big name wrestlers, it's pretty much a sad ship. And right now, the one person they don't want to lose is Charlotte Flair. They lose Charlotte Flair, they fire her, they pretty much have condemned their wrestling to crap.
You know how many people are tired of Charlotte Flair, yo?
You don't understand. Charlotte Flair makes every woman wrestler look better than what they really are. I mean, you gotta understand, she carries people in the ring. I mean, she literally makes crap. She makes crap look like gold. I mean, she puts a shine on that shit. Even though they're sick and tired of her, look at her performance. Her performance is basically, I mean, she is the gold standard in WWE when it comes to women wrestling.
Because they give everything to her.
No, you don't understand. They don't give it to her. They have to give it to her because of the Fox deal. The Fox deal puts them in a lot of bad situations. The Fox deal is what prompted them to try and bring CM Punk back. The Fox deal is what made Brock Lesnar and Roman Reigns on SmackDown. The Fox deal is what made SmackDown the leading brand with the best storylines up to date. Look at what they did in Raw. They didn't do shit for her. They let it sink. Everybody who has run Raw has quit. They fired Road Dogg. They got rid of him. They fired who else they fired? Pete Dunne. Was the guy who did gone, left for AEW. So right now, WWE is a sinking ship. I mean, yeah, they're making money, but their quality for a product is crap.
Yeah, but that's happened before, yo, and they've managed to pull out, yo. They've lost it.
Out now. They even got rid of that guy Harlan, who was supposed to be a Brock Lesnar wannabe. They fired him too.
Damn.
The only thing they have right now that's really keeping them alive is Braun Breaker, which is Scott Steiner's nephew, They have Roman Reigns. They have Brock Lesnar tied up, and they got the prodigal son Cody Rhodes. Now, people like Seth Rollins, Kevin Owens, and Sami Zayn. The reason why they're sticking there is because they know there's nothing better now that Ring of Honor is bought by AEW.
I gotta say what's up to my essay.
They got rid of Cesaro?
Cesaro walked away. He is a free agent right now.
These motherfuckers are bugging out, yo. Wow.
Yeah, he just walked. They told him, hey, are you gonna resign your contract? He said no, and then he lost to a match, and that was the end of it. He went home the next week. Yeah, so all this new talent, they're not gonna last. Like the people that are there, that been there for the last 5 and 6 years, like Ricochet and Finn Balor, if they lose them, they're pretty much they're basically skating uphill. You probably don't realize, but Ricochet was the Lucha Underground champion for 3 seasons. Yeah, he was Prince Puma in the mask. For 3 seasons, he was the champion of Lucha Underground, and he was beating people like Judas Messias, Brian Cage, all kinds of people. Here's something funny. As soon as Samoa Joe went to AEW, they gave him a title. And he's a monster in AEW now.
He's supposed to be a monster, yo. Okay, this is the more Joe that I know. Okay, Joe's gonna kill you. Okay.
Yeah, but remember, WWE said he has so many concussions, he can't wrestle.
Sure could have fooled me.
They said the same thing with Bryan Danielson. They said that the Christian. They said that the fucking Edge. What they all do?
Go somewhere else.
Either sign me or I leave. Shit, Seth Rollins damn near almost killed Sting in the ring. I don't know. You remember when he had that big push for the world title when Seth Rollins was champion, and he gave him the buckle bomb and almost damn near paralyzed him.
Yeah, I remember that, yo.
When COVID hit, they thought the end of Sting and Brock Lesnar. When they started having in-ring performances and having fans, who was the first person they made sure they signed? Brock Lesnar. And they were fighting for CM Punk. You know CM Punk told WWE, right? He said flat out, Fuck them and fuck Vince McMahon. I will never work for his ass again. As a contract employee, you get the contract in AEW, and he's about to go for the fucking world title right now.
On Kiss FM Battle
That quick, not even a year back, he's gonna go for a world title.
And also on WBLS was Mr. Magic. And his show was called The Rap Attack.
You know CM Punk can do a story. CM Punk can drag shit out. CM Punk can sit there on his hands and be like, I don't want nothing for now. Just give me a good story like Seth Rollins. And make some money.
That was very, very dumb of them to let him go. I don't give a fuck what he said. Okay, you get that man back, yo.
The only reason why they got Cody Rhodes was because AEW told Cody that he was not going to be part of a booking team, and he would not be ahead of the future of AEW.
Good day, mate. Welcome to my pod. I'm James with the Brains Report, and today we're going to review the Brondell.
He wanted to be just like how his father was. He didn't care about the title.
Bidet toilets.
He didn't care about the title whatsoever.
I've been testing this for a little while now.
He just wanted to basically give quality matches and show them that he was
10 minutes to install it.
A quality performer.
And it was a true look my all hands situation. I didn't use any tools.
He has a mind for the game. That's all he was.
I do have strong hands. From typing.
And look what happened to Triple H. I mean, I'm sad to see what happened to Triple H. But remember, for years and years and years, he said he would never quit in ring. And then look, he goes to WrestleMania after his heart surgery, and he can never wrestle again.
But if you need tools, if you're getting leaks, then definitely go for them.
That was my man, yo. The game Triple H, yo.
Into the performance of this bad boy. I'm gonna rest my hand on the toilet seat now. It's not gross. So it's got a hybrid heating tank. So it has water in the tank, which keeps it warm. It can instantly give you hot water. But as a hybrid, it also has a heating element in there that.
And the Undertaker, he's done. He's never coming back because he's officially done.
Faced with too cold of water.
I didn't think he was going to make that last run that he made. Tell you the truth, yo.
The max I got was 99.
Before John Cena called him out, I didn't think I didn't think I was ever going to see real Undertaker fighting again and shit, yo.
It was like a 30-second match.
No, but before John Cena called him out, remember he was like MIA. He was doing whatever the hell he was doing and shit. But don't get me wrong, he kicked John Cena's ass.
Temperature dipped quite a bit, but still, it's better than getting.
Because John Cena never faced Undertaker at WrestleMania.
So there are 3 heated seat options. It gets up.
There's only one other person that he's never faced at WrestleMania.
And I found that lives up to it.
Who's that?
I like to
It's
keep
The Rock.
The Rock.
The seat heated, so
The Rock. Well, actually, I'm sorry. The Rock and Stone Cold at WrestleMania. He's never faced them at a WrestleMania.
There are 5 air dryer temp levels for to meet your needs. There are also 5
I mean,
front and rear.
the man fucking hanged Big Boss Man in a fucking cage match at WrestleMania.
There's a strong wall.
Yeah, I got that on DVD somewhere.
In case someone else in your
Yeah,
family
WrestleMania
wants to use
15.
different,
Actually, it's a cage match DVD.
Not the
Oh, you mean it was a Hell in a Cell match? Yeah, it was the first ever Hell in a Cell at WrestleMania.
Enema, you should not be using a bidet for enemas, but it won't do that. But it was definitely strong enough for my purposes, and I like it pretty strong. There's also a gentle mode. which is great for kids. My first grader likes to use that, and yeah, it's the lowest pressure setting, and it goes through a whole cycle, including the air drying.
It's funny. If you want to beat the Undertaker, just don't do it at WrestleMania. Always at SummerSlam or Survivor Series.
So you can kind of see. I'll kind of explain some of the settings here. There's of course rear and front cleaning. There's strong wash, which is the highest pressure. Drying, stop in the middle, nozzle position. This adjusts water pressure and dry temperature.
Do it at November.
You got
I mean,
the water temp
at
adjustments, and it's,
No Way Out.
So blue is the lowest, middle, hottest, and then off. I'm going to keep it on high because C temp has the same color adjustments. You got gentle clean pulse, which kind of causes the nozzle to move a little bit for you. You can also get that by pressing the clean buttons twice. Like for example, I like to press strong twice, and that will cause it to pulse, or it might be oscillate. They're
You ever wonder why Sid Vicious was always kicked out of WCW?
Never heard that name in a while, yeah.
The Brondell Swash Bidet Toilet
Okay,
Set.
so back in the early 90s when he was a big thing,
Designed in the United States,
him and Arn Anderson got into a fight,
Swash
and
not
Arn
only
Anderson
provides
stabbed
the
him in the leg.
ultimate experience in bathroom hygiene, but also
He actually got away with it, and because the company backed Arn Anderson, they made sure they got rid of Sid Vicious as quick as possible. That's why he went to WWE under the name Sid Justice.
Residential toilets and are easily self-installed onto your existing fixture. No plumber or professional required. All that's needed is a standard GFI electrical outlet in the bathroom. Create a spa-like experience in the comfort and privacy of your own home. Now let's explore the Brondell Swash.
Yeah, Arn Anderson ain't a man to fuck with. He's a big time.
State-of-the-art design
He's a real life hardcore Holly.
A perfect match for every user. Retractable dual stainless steel nozzles provide refreshing feminine and posterior washes. Before and after every use, the stainless steel nozzles perform an automatic self-cleaning cycle for enhanced hygiene. The nozzles can be adjusted to 5 different positions, as well as 3 spray width settings for maximum comfort. Your water pressure can be adjusted to 4 levels to ensure a gentle wash, perfect for sensitive areas. The Swash's aerated wash spray introduces micro bubbles into the water.
Yeah, that's why whenever Arn Anderson went to the WCW, he didn't last long. Because Arn Anderson was right there at the door to stop him from getting any kind of push.
4 adjustable temperature settings. The ergonomic heated seat of the Swash 900 and 1000 can be set to off, low, medium, or high for added luxury.
Mostly because Arn Anderson's brother Ole was in the booking team, and they didn't like Sid Vicious at all.
For added safety, the intelligent body sensor requires someone to be seated in order for the Swash to operate. Both the seat and lid are slow closing to prevent slamming. Unlike other bidet seats, every Swash model has a sturdy, sittable lid. The Brondell Swash
It's like,
is easy to clean.
I don't know if you remember when Christian Wall said, remember when Christian Wall was he was dating Kevin Sullivan's wife?
No, I don't know who Kevin
was
Sullivan's wife is.
Comes with an intuitive wireless remote.
Kevin Sullivan used to be called the Taskmaster in WCW. He used to have the dungeon.
Attaches to the magnetic dock, which can be easily mounted.
He hated Hulk Hogan. He hated Hulk Hogan with a passion.
Share features for the Swash 900 and 1000 models.
Okay.
The following premium features are only
So-
found in the Swash 1000. An
But he
oscillation
was,
function provides a back and forth massaging cleanse
but he
during
was
the
a
wash
booker
cycle,
behind
ensuring
the
a thorough
scenes.
and
So
comfortable clean.
he
The stainless
basically
steel
helped,
nozzles can also
he
be
basically
sterilized
helped
on
came up with the
demand,
outcomes and
utilizing
was like
nanotechnology.
very
The adjustable
influential
warm air
backstage.
dryer has 3 temperature settings for a hands-free, paperless
So
experience.
when him and
Technologically
woman
advanced Swash 1000
was dating,
technology. The
because she
adjustable
was
warm air
basically
dryer
leaving
has
Kevin
3
Sullivan.
temperature settings for a hands-free,
Kevin Sullivan was
paperless
like, "Hey, I got a
experience.
program for you," and Chris Sullivan was like,
Technologically
"Are you
advanced
fucking
Swash
crazy?
1000 also offers an unscented
Your ex-wife
deodorizer,
is,
which
in
removes
my
odor
bed, and you
molecules
want to
at the
wrestle me?
source.
This
All
ain't fucking good
maintenance-free, nothing to
business."
replace, nothing to refill.
The same shit happened with Kurt
As with
Angle
all
and Jeff
Brondell
Jarrett
products,
when
your Swash comes
Karen
with a
Jarrett went to
manufacturer's
fucking
warranty, backed
live
by our
with Jeff
commitment to
Jarrett.
quality and industry-leading customer service.
You know what happened with
Create a
that angle,
healthy
right?
home with the Swash by Brondell.
They made Jeff Jarrett step down as president of TNA.
All right, it should be ready for some fighting now. What are you doing in the game, bro?
Me?
Mm-hmm.
No, I logged out to eat dinner. I'm done for the night.
Oh, okay.
I've been on the game since like 9 o'clock West Coast time.
Okay.
You might have seen a video doing the rounds of a grey robot that looks ultra lifelike. Is it real? Is it fake? Well, at CES 2022, Amica the robot was on show, and let me tell you, the experience of interviewing this
How's
robot
everything at your house
was
going?
very uncanny.
My house?
So Morgan, tell me, you've got Amica there.
Yeah, how's
next to
everything
you. This is a
going with
very
you?
lifelike robot. Why would you design a robot that
life
looks
is
so human?
Yeah, well, the main use case for humanoid robot right now is for entertainment. Is for
I'm about to go farm some more of these
interaction.
let me see if this is ready yet. Okay, we can go inside and try to get one more pop and one more then after that I should really get back on the on finishing these stages up.
It was Friday the 13th.
Then when the movie came
Nope. Friday the 13th, they just wanted to make a movie. Believe it or not, Friday the 13th has nothing to do with the story of the movie. Did you know that,
Nope.
Sands?
I never watched those movies anyway, but nah, I didn't know, yo. I've seen the pieces of it, but I never watched the whole movie, yo.
Friday the 13th had nothing to do with the story behind Friday the 13th. It was just a slasher movie that needed a scary title.
Still not exactly like a human. But we didn't want to make it look exactly like a human. We wanted to make it look like a robot. It's the vision of what humans see humanoid robots in the future. You've seen all of the films. They all look like this. So we designed something around what we see, we envisage robots, humanoid robots to be in the future.
And
Humanoid
how did you
robots.
create those really human expressions? I mean, looking at Amica responding to you, there's little movements of eyebrows, if you can call them eyebrows. How did you actually build the robot to look so human with those expressions?
Well, what we do is we first look at a real human. It's what we call animation first. So what does a real human do? How do they move? And then we take that animation and we design mechanics around it. So the mechanics can only do what a human can do. Yeah, see, she whacked me. Once we've got that, then it's quite easy to automate those expressions because whatever the mechanics do looks lifelike. So Amica's got quite a few motors in its head. But we can see Amica going through some facial expressions now, opening her mouth. A big wide smile is one of the things that we want Amica to do. So big smile, Amica. Lovely. Very thoughtful.
Where would we kind of see this robot, Amica, out in the wild?
This is mainly probably service robotics. So the actual interaction with humans, moving around in a human space, that's going to come in the future. Well, I'm talking probably 10 years before you're actually going to see something like this walking amongst us.
Are you expecting in, say, 10, 20 years from now that we could see Amica robots walking, running, dancing, climbing? Are they going to start looking like Boston Dynamics robots that can run across a field at speed? I'm asking and also almost afraid of the answer here.
So this is why we created the artificial body. And the artificial body is a human-like form that everyone can relate to and everyone can interact with without having to look through a user manual.
So what kind of level of artificial intelligence have you baked in terms of the communication capabilities and Amica understanding and responding, even speaking to you?
So there's some artificial intelligence, and most of the artificial intelligence at the minute that is on Amica is revolving around the vision system.
Damn it.
So Amica does actually have a camera in each of its eyes, so it can see what's going on. So it can detect people, it can track their face, it can detect other objects, such as my finger. It can follow my finger around, I can wave at it, and then it can see it move backwards then.
What did you kind of think of the internet's response to Amica?
It's the emotion and how it moves, the emotion that you get out of the face. Suddenly, that just sparked something.
I hear you being going like, damn it.
Social media universe.
Yeah.
And we were incredibly surprised that
We'll put it back up.
It became a sensation. We got 24 million views on one Twitter post. And Elon Musk even commented on that post. So incredible response. And we're at CES right now. This is the first time this has been shown off in public. And we're expecting to be very busy showing off Amica.
How do you think humans respond to something when it's a bit like them, but it's still got that uncanny element?
What we found was when you try and make it look ultra-lifelike, so our other Mesmer line, it looks a bit more sinister because it's right in the uncanny valley. But actually, when we created Amica, we pulled it backwards out of the uncanny valley because it looks less human, because it's plastic, because it's metal. And because it's of grey skin, it's suddenly, people seem to respond to that quite positively. And people like this much more than they liked the ultra-realistic robots that we also do.
When you're demoing Amica, what are some of your favorite things to do to kind of show the power of that interaction and just how impressive those lifelike features are?
Yes, as we've demonstrated, the reacting to personal space, but we can also talk to Amica. So I can say, hello, Amica, how are you?
I am doing well, thank you.
We've created Amica so It's more lifelike than any other robot. The shoulder movements are just like human movements. You have movements in the center as well as out at the shoulder. And that actually means that instead of hitting me, Amica can move her hand all the way up to the side of her head.
I'm interested to know maybe how the robot is finding Vegas or CES.
How are you finding Las Vegas and CES?
Well, as a robot, I actually don't feel anything at all. But if I did feel, I would feel happy to be here.
Do you see a robot like this becoming an accepted part of our lives? Do you see it maybe being something I might ask a question of at the airport, or would I have an Amica robot in my home helping me out?
So most of the use cases for this will be the interaction. So yes, in the airport, that's a great use case because you can either have many, many humans, or you can have many humans and many robots, and you can have that interaction in the same way. Having it in your home is probably not something that's going to happen in the near future. A robot like this can do many tasks, just like a human, but there are other robots that you can get that will do those tasks a lot better because they're designed for the job and a lot cheaper, and you can get them today. So why would you buy a humanoid robot that will probably cost more than your house? Maybe in the future, maybe in 50 years time. But I'm going to say right now, I don't think you'll have one of these in your home in the next decade.
What does it feel like to work on something that's had such a huge response and to be at that bleeding edge of robotics? Is it something you tell your mates down in the pub that you're working on a robot that could one day be the future of society in robotics?
It's a fantastic thing to do. It's a fantastic technology to be a part of developing. And I hope over the next 10 years we can continue innovating and continue to spark people's imagination and continue with this social media sensation, so everyone actually then knows who Amica is.
Thank you for the interview.
Anytime. All right, tell me what you think about Amica the robot. Totally freaked out, or is it really, really cool? Let me know in the comments below. And while you're here, make sure you subscribe. We have plenty more weird and wonderful tech.
So what do you guys, what do you think about Amica the robot, yeah?
Just like this.
You're walking, and you don't always realize it, but you're always falling. With each step, you fall forward slightly, and then catch yourself from falling. Over and over, you're falling, and then catching yourself from falling. And this is how you can be walking and falling at the same time.
Damn, we got two other people here doing this shit, yo. Hmm.
TPing?
No, fighting Chigos, so they can get the boxes and then get the isotopes, whatever it's called, yo. Do the goddamn weapon skill already. Give me a fucking break. Is there somebody else here? Oh, give me a fucking break, yo. All right, this is not working out.
Are you in the door gates or in nest?
No, I'm not. I'm trying to. I'm fighting Chigos, yo. Same thing, yo. What is it? 18? Oh yeah, the game crashed too, right? Then we wait because other people are around. We got shit's annoying. Yeah, there's two others, yo. I think one of them got the pop, but he'll be back, yo. Yeah, that's one of them. And I thought he's alone, if I'm correct. Yep, I'm sure.
Shit, they brought that CP back. This alter ego was available as part of the alter ego design contest. He could be called forth December 20th to the May 21st. I don't think you can get him though.
Yeah, that'd be something nice, yo. Yeah, see that's cool if they're doing something else, but the people here aren't doing something else. I'm pretty sure the other person just got the pop and will be back.
The appropriate item may only be traded to the NPC. Oh.
He probably got his key. He probably got his key item and gonna go pop the mob, yo.
They don't say how you can get Matsui P though.
Yo, Moo, is there Matsui P coming back or something, yo?
They have him on the list.
That's for next month for the anniversary campaign or some shit.
Yeah, but they don't tell you if he's coming back or not. Because it's all in Japanese.
Yeah, Hell Smash is looking at some of that shit now, yo.
Yeah, he's not gonna be in there.
Oh well.
I'm just looking at it because it says who's gonna be in the login.
Come on.
Yeah, they just give you a list of who's the.
I'm still behind
Who's
on
the list?
trust, yo. I gotta use that lure that Pip uses, yo. Okay, let's do it again.
He is on the list though, but he's not. I don't think he's gonna be available though.
Yeah, let's do it, yo. I don't know how they're gonna do it like that. Even mentioning that motherfucker, yo. Oh shit! Come on, man. Come on, get your ass over here, motherfucker. So I can, give me a fucking key item, please. I'm getting tired of doing this shit. I gotta do this how many more times anyway? Could you get closer to the mob, please? I hate when they don't let you fucking move and shit. Like, come on, step up to the goddamn mob. All right, fuck it. Let's try it like this.
And you're right, he is fucking a beast.
Yeah, that's the man. You're right there, yo.
He's a black mage ninja.
Just one little guy who did his job, yo. He knew how to cut motherfuckers up and skill chain and all that shit, yo. That shit was great, yo. Oh man, come on, yo. This shit get me bored as hell, yo. You alien edge, you shithead. Let's see here. You're gonna give me something good in one of these boxes?
Yeah, he's on the list. On Wikipedia, he's on the list.
They got one of these, yo. Come on. So give me the same damn key items. Oh.
Alrighty, well, I'm out of here. I will talk to you tomorrow.
All right, homie. Good hanging with you. I'll see you tomorrow, bro. Peace, man. You gonna be actually on? You gonna be on like you was today?
Yeah.
All right, bro. Okay. Hmm. You looking at the anniversary stuff, yeah? I don't know, yo. He's signed out, yo. Someone like me would probably know and shit, yo. No, you that man, yo. I don't know you talking about, Moo. I don't know nothing about this stuff either, yo. Give me a freaking break, yo. Give me a fucking key item before motherfuckers come back, yo. Okay, god damn it. Yup. See, motherfuckers is back, yo. Oh boy, yo. Two shiver, really? Hecatite stock in a row? Give me a fucking break, yo. Give me the fucking key item that I need, yo. This shit is really boring as hell, yo. I could be doing something I actually enjoy doing. Are you not chasing me? Is that mob really not even chase? Like, hold up, are none of them chasing me? Like, do you know you're supposed to be Like, did you see? Like, right, and I gotta worry because I gotta be careful. Like, if we got another dickhead down there, where's the dickhead that's right there? Yes, dickhead right there. Uh-huh. Oh, and there's the other dickhead that's right there. Oh gosh, how many dickheads are here, yo? God damn it, where you fucking? Another shriveled Hecatite stalk. Give me a fucking break, yo. Oh my goodness, yo. Yeah, I guess I could do that, right? Unbelievable, yo. A shriveled Hakatai stalk. Unfucking believable, yo. Yeah, but then I gotta proc that thing, right? And if I leave, I'm not coming back, yo. This is really so unenjoyable. And getting the same fucking key item over and over again is really not helping. And having all the motherfuckers, other people here, it's like this is so unenjoyable, yo. I could be like, you know what I'm saying, doing something I actually enjoy. God damn it, man. Oh boy, yo. Mm-mm. Come on. What did I not just pull those bombs? Oh, yeah, and they got two people like, over there working together. Isn't that so convenient? Probably so. Like, really? Come on, man. Just the other one, right? Is that the other one? Okay, that's. God damn it, man! I thought there was. Oh, this is. No, at least it's not 3 people here. I mean, there is 3 people here, but that's not what I'm at. Oh, another shriveled Hakatai stalk. How nice. Oh boy. Man, this is like utterly frustrating, yo. Hmm. Yes. God damn it, hit the right box. Oh, game. That's right. You gained experience the real way, yo. This is boring as hell, yo. This is not even just boring. This is boring and frustrating, yo. Because I take boring over boring and frustrating. No, I can't do that. I can't do that fucking experience level and shit, yo. That shit takes too long, and that shit is just.
Yes, that's what I'm doing right now.
Oh yeah, we're talking to Moo about that shit. I'm like, yo, dude. Like, I like to exactly enjoy what I'm doing.
I have 50 levels to go, and oh my god, they're taking forever.
Mm. I'm sure they are. They are, yeah. Come on. Let's get this fight on. Yeah, come on. Just give me the fucking key item, please, yo. Great. Fucking.
Please, somebody help me with this last 15 levels.
Come on. Go walk up to the goddamn mob. Another key item that I already have. Man, this is like so unenjoyable. Hey, honey. Give me a fucking break with this shit, yo. Now you're saying that this is faster than just farming the NMs. When you were helping, it was. Oh gosh. Yes, but there was. Oh, yes, you were also the only. I was also the only person out here when you were helping. Yeah, 2 days, right. Oh, another shriveled socket-tied stalk. Oh my fucking god, yo. Too long, huh? That's a good word. I wish I knew how to tell what too long is. I'm like, I just know I've been doing this back and forth thing for a while. Oh, I'll take some of these too. I'm sorry, man. I need some more, yep. God damn it. They won't fucking come, will they? God damn it. Gonna try again to steal them, but it didn't happen. Do the weapon skill. He just would not do the weapon skill. It's just like, are you serious? Oh wow, you gotta be kidding me. Fucking no, it only took how long that shit took. It's fucking crazy. Hmm. Now we gotta find the NM spawn again. This map sucks. This thing could take a really long time to open. Right, that is the way to get there. Yeah, and then I gotta wait through for another one. Oh god, that's the way. Don't let them see you. Don't you let them see you. Let me see. On a soda. Oh boy. You're doing shit by yourself on a soda? It could take a while, yo. Blocking me from the north. Okay, north. Water, but you know what I'm saying? So I don't get what you mean, bro. Mm. I don't see another way of getting to that spot. Because I was going to spawn the mob. Go ahead, honey. Go ahead, Candace. Go ahead, baby. It's okay, honey. It's city, baby. See, if I knew another way to get to the NM, I would take it. But since that's the only way I know how to get there, then I have to go the way that I know how to get there. And if there's another way to get there, then I don't know it. I've tried that, and I can't seem to figure out how you don't have to go wait for this thing. Oh, and I'm still going in the wrong direction. Hold up. I mean, shit. I hate this shit, yo. Or did I wait for the wrong black smoke thingy? Let me see here. I think I'm going the wrong way, aren't I? Yeah, how did I end up there, yo? Uh-huh. Huh. Yeah, that's what you said last time when I couldn't find it. Oh, hardware right. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Yeah, something about that didn't go right. I'm going back to 7 because I don't. I'm trying to figure out what you're talking. What you're saying? Okay. Shit, I'm going the wrong way again. Hmm. Hmm. Where the hell did my trust go, yo? Ain't that some shit, yo? They got lost or something? Yeah, ain't that some crazy shit, yo? These motherfuckers is like, hello, where are you guys? Okay, so like, where are my trust at, yo? So no seriously, dog. Like, where are the trusts at? Like, did you know what I'm saying? I mean, you do see this, right? Not just me. Oh, where the fuck was you? What the fuck were they doing, yo? You see, on the soda, even the trusts are lost, yo. he said, dude, where the fuck, but they was back there getting high, yo. That's what it was like. Yeah, we'll be right there, boss. Yeah, like the motherfucker was on break or some shit, yo. One goddamn scale, yo. Unbelievable. I'm not doing any more of this tonight. Could you just leave me alone? I really just want to warp out of here. How about that? Let a motherfucker just warp. Mm-hmm. Okay. I don't know what you mean, Mo. You don't want to be in a position where you got to fight two people for mobs in that little ass section. I don't know him. You just don't know how to appreciate, a place like a soda. You get bots yelling all day and shit, and you can get anything murked. I mean, this is the place to be. SA. I don't know what the heck you talking about. Oh my gosh. Mm. Mm. Okay, so now there's new bots. See, I went up there, when I went to go find some, some fire crystals and shit, because you've seen I got no fucking fire crystals, and I need them to make the beeswax to make the fucking living keys. But they got new bots up there and shit, you know what I'm saying? So, it's a new wrestling match. You know what I'm saying? You thought that WWE was over, but obviously not on the soda. On the soda, we have wrestling matches for mob that drop shit that ain't even worth 30K. Oh, let me see if anybody else is still in here. I'm just making my long rant on this shit. Oh. What's your character's name? Zenru? Or is it Zenru?
Oh, Ziahin?
Ziahim.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's up?
No, I was just wondering what your character name was, yo.
Yeah. I just got to 85. I'm like, ah, 14 more. 14 more to go.
Oh, dude. Oh, dude. Yeah, that's the easy part. Yes, but the master levels and shit. That's oh boy. That's when the real fun
Yeah,
begins.
I'm okay with master levels, like because I think it's. I mean, yeah, it takes time, but you're down there. You're like, you have. I don't have gear for low level characters anymore, so
Hmm.
I'm like literally naked trying to level Puppet Master, naked, just with like a pair of hand to hand weapons.
Isn't that all you need, though? I mean,
Uh, no, because I'm hitting for like 5. So I'm not hitting that much. And Puppet Master, the puppet is not hitting for anything. Hitting for like maybe
oh, your
13.
puppet ain't there yet. Got you.
Yeah,
Mm.
exactly. So my levels is like going very, very slow.
Mm. You ain't gonna go pay a motherfucker for that shit. I know some people ain't into that paying people for levels and shit, yo.
Yeah, I was hoping that um rap or Blimp will help me out with that, but they're quite busy trying to get master levels.
Yeah, that's why I usually just pay a motherfucker, yo. Pots helped me out the other
They're
day and shit.
charging
I was surprised, but I was looking to just pay somebody, yo.
they're charging like 5 mil to go from like 1 to 99, and I'm like, yeah, I don't have a.
Oh damn, the prices went up, but they used to be like, damn,
It
wow.
used to be like 2 mil for like 500 job point. Now it's like so expensive.
Yeah, shoot, I was paying too well. That's how I did what Red Mage and Thief, and I wish I'd have just spent all my get on because I didn't know the prices were gonna go up skyrocket. If I'd known that, I'd have just, like I said, paid for all that shit to get done, yo. Mm.
I'm gonna see if I park my character again in Racing Gima to see if Rap will help me out with the last few levels.
Let me see what's out in the shouts and shit. People are still charging 3 mil for a fucking VD and Ambu, yo. I'm like, shh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Me and my boy can beat it on difficult, and then me, him, and my other essay, we can run through VD like nothing, yo. So there's no way I'm paying for VD this month, yo. Hmm. All right. Let's Wow, that was something. Let me just see how many we got in total. I think it'll be 19 now. All right. The game crashed or something. Find all IZ. Oh, ITZ. That's good enough. 19. 31 more to go. Oh boy.
I just hold my ring.
That. What ring was that, yeah? Oh. Yeah, look at that. Look at this, yo. Let's go check up on that mule, yo.
Let's welcome Neil deGrasse Tyson.
That's my man, yo. Neil deGrasse Tyson.
All right. You don't want to inflate him. So everything we see in the universe, the stars, the planets, the galaxies, the plants, the rocks, the clouds, us, everything you say, it's, to me, at the front of this book, is what you call the product of a remarkable asymmetry of matter over antimatter. What did you mean by that?
Oh, can I just say something about your introduction?
Yeah.
If I may.
You may.
So I'm impressed by your persistent skepticism of all things I say.
Reporters have to, you can never really believe. You have to check and verify. Like,
okay, I had to.
You
put that
just
out
get,
there.
you're right every time, though, so far.
I mean, how could I possibly just come up with that unless it was correct?
What, that a building ticks off by the second? You know how ridiculous that sounds? But when they built the building, did you think, well, I have a wonderful idea. Let's move it up a half a foot, Charles, and maybe we'll get the second on the celestial clock. Okay. I don't think so.
Yeah, no, I'm sure it was not on purpose. It just is, as so much of the universe is. So, profound asymmetry. So, you just went right into the stuff there.
Yeah, well.
Okay. Just a quick note.
Yeah.
That this title, Astrophysics for People in a Hurry, I've had people joke with me about it, say, oh, was Astrophysics for Dummies already taken, you know? And I just wanted to make it clear that first, yes, it was taken, but that's, but there's nothing, I don't think there's anything, quote, dumbed down about the astrophysics in this book. It's all sort of curated, legitimate, full-up astrophysics in an attempt to sort of grant the reader a degree of fluency in modern astrophysics, so like the next morning at the water cooler, you could just be talking about.
Yeah, and like there are things in here that I had never heard of.
Really? And you get around.
I get around.
Yeah, you get around.
So I'm going to be checking. But
so in the early universe, the temperature was very hot, and above certain thresholds of temperature, what happens is matter no longer stays as matter. It can freely move back and forth between itself and energy. And we have the recipe for this. It comes from E equals mc squared. We all know that equation. It's the formal conversion recipe for matter and energy. And the c squared is the speed of light squared. It's a huge number. A little bit of mass times that huge number gives you a lot of energy. We don't experience in our lives E equals mc squared because the energy in which we're immersed is not high enough to enable matter to go back and forth between energy and itself. That's why it took so long to discover E equals mc squared and to come to terms and to come to understand it. But it is a profound equation that manifests from the beginning of time all the way to the future of the universe, but not in our life experience. All right, so, and also let me preface it by saying, in one of the opening pages of the book, it's, what do you call it, the rubric? No, what's
the beginning, I call it.
No. No,
I know what you mean.
No, the publishers have a word for the page that has a thing on it.
Yeah. Well, it says
that's
here, the
dedication.
For all those who
that's the dedication. Oh, you want to read it? Okay.
I mean, for all those who are too busy to read fat books,
Good night.
nonetheless seek a
Pizza.
conduit to the cosmos. Yeah.
But that's not what I was looking for, though. No, no, 2 pages beyond.
2 pages beyond.
Yeah.
Contents.
Yeah.
Preface. Preface.
Okay.
Oh. Yes. The universe is under no obligation to make sense to you.
Yeah, that's it.
Signed by you.
I just wanted to make that clear. So the universe is under no obligation to make sense to any of us. So I'll be saying things, and you'll say, that doesn't make sense. Just remember what I just said, okay? Okay. What we've learned is that the universe is what we measure it to be, not what we want it to be, not what feels good, not what only has to make sense to our 5 senses. Our 5 biological senses forged in the plains of Africa, you know, 1 million years ago, 500,000 years, whatever, what's the latest the biologists tell us, is those senses to prevent us from getting eaten.
All right, boo. I'll see you later. I'm gonna work on my game a little bit now, yo, because I'm not going back to that shit tonight, yo.
This is why mathematics.
So you know, you have a good night, yo. Peace, bro.
Our senses and enables us to still probe the reality of what the universe is. So here's what goes on.
The nightmare is repeating. I don't know if you got that. My essay said I am fueled by the demons, inspired by hellfire, giving me a reason, motivated by fear and always seeking, driven by lust and always dreaming. What we call truth is often self-deceiving. I hope you got something that gives your life meaning. My son used to sit on my lap and I would feed him. I got another son that died, I never seen him. I wonder is he with me when I'm making my beats? And I think my other son being alive, I got so much to teach him. My brother Jim got that COVID-19 and that the world is coming to an end. It's how it seems. It's crazy. From an egg and my semen came the most beautiful thing that I ever seen in my life. And this is why I'm always streaming, working on, even let's talk about the seasons. Why would I celebrate the birthday of a racist Christian who leads men? I call them slave masters, you're calling the presidents. These will kill you and your family after the Bible reading. They claim this is a Christian nation foundation. On Thanksgiving Day after we finish eating, a lot of your Native Americans got a beating. And the trail tells you're walking while bleeding. In the school to teach it, what's a teaching is a program. And by the news you can see it succeeding. You ain't succeeding in life, it's stampede that MLK died for nothing, is what I'm speaking. No matter how skilled or educated you are, it's still hard today for a black man to get a job. Unless nigga you wanna rap or play basketball, work hard breaking your back or be my janitor. On Independence Day I would've got killed for learning to read or seeing that you ain't my master. Blacks fought for the rights to go to war. Now we on the front line and we don't know what we dying for. On Valentine's Day, a lot of people are lonely. married and single. They are both lonely. The earlier references are for Veterans, Labor and Memorial Day. So now let's move on to Mama and Papa Day. Or some are bitter, others celebrate. It depends on your relationship and your mental state. Did they beat you down or did they elevate? Decades later, the words they said still resonate. I just wanted to penetrate. He waits for Santa Claus, holding this 38. The Santa came down the chimney with gifts, moving with haste. So the fresh baked cookies they left for him on a plate as bait. When he went to take a taste, he got a 38 cocked back and waved in his face. He said, remember me, Santa, I met you when I was 8. I sat on your lap, you Jimmy got it harder than steel gates. He said you wanted to take me on a date. For every Christmas Eve for you, I would wait. In the North Pole, all the elves getting raped. Mrs. Claus getting none, so she got to masturbate. Then he shot Santa in the head, and he's dead. Then he flared away on the sled. I'm out. You know how the story go. Rudolph the reindeer led. Can we talk about Jesus instead? Jesus. The Emperor Constantine, the Council of Nicaea. The Catholic Church heralds the New World Order. This is how the Bible. Let's celebrate the birthdays of all these gods and call it Christmas. She lied to her daughter and said it was me, not Santa who bought you these gifts. Now I ain't even gonna talk about, Juneteenth. Make promises on New Year's Day and break them in less than a week. And the point of this rhyme that I'm trying to say, is real simple. Happy holidays, y'all. This rhyme is dedicated to my son. Who is what? Who is more beautiful and radiant than the sun, and more warm than the sun. I love you, son. Hey, yo, anybody listening to this joint? We got more coming. The new era has begun. David Winston, aka the Tornado. Shout out to my brother Lindo, my mama, my man Carl, my brother Silver, my girl Tanya. Peach. And then circle in my blue dick. Suck it. Your mom is a man. Do you understand? This is what it says. Smoke too much. Anyway. Peace. Happy holidays.
You know what? But when all you have ever seen is lameness, then you often don't develop an appetite for wholeness. You develop a norm around a nasty situation. And even though you say you don't want it, you end up wanting what your normal is.
Do you want to go one-on-one with the great one to my son? Every creation that I make is a dedication upon my foes' faces. Goes by urination, and these are the dangers of low expectations. You get what you expect. It's like an invitation for demons to catch wreck in your set. Come on. An invasion. Now you chasing what you should not be chasing. You don't even want what you chasing, but you chasing it while being chased through the choices we're making. The consequences can often be devastating. At the end of the day, your life ain't changing no matter what you change. You in the same situation. It's like every boyfriend was just another Jason, though, running away with your all but never escaping. You remain stagnant while the world keeps pacing, and these are the dangers of low expectations.
Routine is what you build around what you think you can't change. When he woke up in the morning, he didn't even expect to walk. When you do something every day, you forget what day it is. Have you had a life where every day you ended up at the same spot?
These are the dangers of low expectations. While you're losing, you're watching others gaining, which makes you think it's cursed. You start explaining, maybe I was meant to have or do great things. Next thing you know, we co-start claiming, this is who I am, I've accepted, I can't win. Low expectations lead to wrong risk-taking and often lead to some form of procrastination. These are the dangers of procrastination. Opportunities wasted. So now your payment must increase as I face the fate when everything that I do is last minute or late. These are the dangers of time wasting. You just get older, there are no due offers. It's time to pay the piper who have been patiently waiting. There's nothing more dangerous than isolation mixed with resentment. This mixture, you changed me from a nice guy to running up in work, guns blazing. Disappointments based on unmet expectations, excuses pacified the failure that we're embracing, faking. So it's God that we put our faith in, waiting for the great day of manifestation. When you accept less, all you get is death. And these are the dangers of no expectations.
You have been functioning at a lower level of expectation. So you have been receiving on the level of your expectation. It is a frustrating thing to see other people going in and you're just going near. And if I'm not going to go in, I don't want to see you go in. I don't want to see nobody go in. Everybody just sit out here with me. I'm not a hater or nothing, but after a while I get tired of watching y'all go in. When every day looks the same, the light goes out in your eyes. When every day looks the same, you cease to appreciate morning. What difference does morning make when it's going to look just like yesterday look like? Why should I be excited? Why should I prepare for routine? I already know how to do this because daily I end up at the same spot. And if you're not careful, you start to believe maybe it's not for me. Maybe I'm not supposed to. Maybe I'm not meant to be happy. Maybe I'm not meant to be loved. Maybe I'm not supposed to be married. Anytime you don't go in, you start making excuses. Excuses. Comfort, incapacity. I would have been further if my mama had done that. It's not my fault that you are living the life you expect. If you want more, you can have more. But when you make a routine out of being miserable.
And I quote, a fly love song. The book that I'm talking about is Kenny Warner's Effortless Master. I was creating all the truth, but it ain't quick. My work can never aim to make something great. That's what I learned with the book I embraced. It's really changed my purpose before you escape. Let's change and aid my purpose. So when I create, it's like I'm changing the person that I don't know. But I change with haste, determined to escape from this place of great hurts and put a smile on the face of the hurting. It did not hurt me. I used to walk with faith that was a swerver with the goals to educate on God's grace undeserving. Yeah, I went to church and didn't know the sermon. Listened to the sermon, took those over fire. Believing life became my strength and joy eternal. I saw my God was supplied, but believe I was certain. Amazing transformation, these lives were birthed. And then the day when the truth came in with a warning. First I jumped in the ship, then I skipped to my new on a quick trip to a place that don't exist. A planet Jupiter is in our midst. Time is not for bliss from this regenesis. First I jumped in the ship, then I skipped to my new on a quick trip to a place that don't exist. A planet Jupiter is in our midst. Time is not for bliss from this regenesis. On the day when the truth came in with a warning, I was on stage doing my thing. Woman, I was that fly guy with a nice tie and Nike Jordan. When I asked by about me, they was talking. Any type of wind I could get is what I wanted. I was crying like a lion that is tired more. This shit still hurts now. I'm still one, I'm still denying while trying to get over it. When I woke up, it was you I was calling. She had me choked up from the words that we were talking, so I spoke to some hands and started drawing. I miss you so much, I would just throw my all in. The shock could come through the fire. I'd be walking and feel my desire for you for just a moment. I said, New York, for the sake, I had my pain and hang up niggas and play a video game. As I jumps in the ship, then skips to my loo on a quick trip to a place that don't exist. The planet Jupiter is in our midst. Time is not for bliss from this regenesis. As I jumps in the ship, then skips to my loo on a quick trip to a place that don't exist. The planet Jupiter is in our midst. Time is not for bliss from this regenesis. Time is not. Oh shit, I'm not cursing. Let's get back to the trend. I was dreaming of the G and thinking of the C and haunted by the memories of where my seed is at. So when deny you, I play with my hand on the tree of the head, on the wee-wee, give it a jack. Now back to the rest, many trust, I collapse to attack subjects that matter the most on the track. People lost in the traps, then adapt to the crap and accept it as fact and just live life like that. See, I'm bouncing like Lucifer at the earth gets stupid. I'm on the ship to Jupiter and I ain't coming back. So as I say my goodbyes to the lives which I led, which I now dead, I can finally relax. As I sat back and relax, take the bed on my cat on my lap, make a math, getting back. Wishing that I wasn't missing that. Wishing that I wasn't missing that. First I jumps in my ship to skip trip and move on a quick trip to a place that don't exist. The planet Jupiter's in our midst. Time is now for this from this Genesis. First I jump in the ship to skip to my loom on a quick trip to a place that don't exist. The planet Jupiter's in our midst. The time is now for bliss from this Genesis. Jupiter ain't motherfucker. Jupiter ain't my nigga. Jupiter. Jupiter ain't bitch. Jupiter. Mouth. This is the tornado. And I got a simple question to ask you. Who made who? Let me kick the game. A man loves a woman and says, yo, don't you dare go anywhere without me. You'll be cut off, punished, tormented if you choose to disobey or doubt me. I heard you got plans for your life. Well, that's nice, but I got different plans for you. So you have to put your dreams on the back burner. I am not here to make your dreams come true. Sometimes I beat you, other times I'm wonderful, like giving you the gifts nobody else can give. See, I was the only one who could help you, but I chose not to help you. It is what it is. You stay with me because you know what happened. If you leave me, you'll be in hell, and then in hell. So it's me you should obey. Marry me and your testimony, go and tell. How can I tell the difference between a God made by man and a God that made man? How can I tell the difference between a God made by man and a God who made man? How can I tell the difference between a God made by man and a God who made man? How can I tell the difference between a God that is and a God that isn't? A father pays to adopt a child, gives him a gift, a box full of crap. The lad hates the system in which he is given, yet is grateful, saying thank you for this and that. Was God made in the image of man? Was man made in the image of God? See, what heals one destroys another, but the writing on the wall says one size fits all. With all these different gods and religious beliefs, can't all be right, but can all be wrong. But since I am a Christian, I can basically say that I'm right and you're wrong. The God selected murder's biggest and the tyrants to run the world with all power in their hands. They live above the laws they create and are never held responsible for their inhumane acts. And in fact, they're often given money, power, and praise. The foster dad beats the kid sometimes. Says he's doing it to make the kid pure gold. His father has killed his own children a couple times. Killed children and babies and called it just. The jealousy of love, it gets violent quick. When the wrath of the Lord gets poured out on all men will suffer. And thank God for it. How can I tell the difference between a God made by man and a God who made man? How can I tell the difference between a God made by man and a God who made man? How can I tell the difference between a God made by man and a God who made man? How can I tell the difference between a God that is and a God that isn't? How can you tell the difference between a God made by man and a God who made man? God. How can you tell the difference between a God made by man and a God who made man? God. How can anyone tell the difference between a God made by man and a God who made man? God. How can anyone tell the difference between a God that is and a God that isn't? This title is dedicated to my pretty kitty. And it's called Candace. Check it out. Very ready to do my beat, start with the sample. I was never good at making beats with a sample. I use MIDI notes and I know how to play. My boys play video games for 8 hours a day. When I'm in the lab like Dexter, beating them drum pads, looking for that texture. There's a standard of excellence, and if it don't measure, there's a delete button, the next makes something better. The time that we had as a kid, I still remember mama singing Rubber Wool. I'm blessed that we're still together. As a kid, I beat the desk up to make beats, and with beats box, I was Dougie Fresh. My drum patterns are based on 80s hip hop. Drums got hit hard like Will Smith slapping Chris Rock. Looking for the pain in the notes and the chords and the words that I'm talking in the way that I'm performing. I'm giving all I can to the path that I'm walking down the path in blue and white night. Beautiful than all that. She's a friend and a lover, much more than a cat. Sometimes she's a pain, but I love her so much. I tell her to go away, I tell her to come. Honey. Sometimes I like to beat arrows for the drum. When I set it off, it becomes a war to one. We have to create, we just reinvent everything. And then toss it in like an alchemist, making them potions. There's some here and some that I'm poisonous. Take your pick. And then take a sip. Every beat that I make is a roller coaster ride, so please take a seat and enjoy the ride. The highs and the lows and the highs. It's all mathematics and the sequence is applied. I make my beats in Ableton, on my Elisa's Arturia, VSTs and native instruments. Juno was the wife of Jupiter, the queen of heaven. Now go ahead and Google search the Bible reference. September 82, the Juno 60 release. Okay. While y'all make love and sex, I make beats. The most important thing in beats is the grooving. That's what keeps the head bopping, the people dancing, the music moving. And I'm older, messed up in the pain, don't let them. So when people talk to me, son, I'm like, whatever. Impose a 12, I make 3D models. Then export them to Photoshop to make 2D models. You can see the engine that I build it. I work day and night, study to get the skills in. Underground market can be fulfillment. So while y'all all partied up, I'm just gonna chill here. Just go chill here, say. The synth sounds, yo. Sounds babyish. That's no coincidental. In ancient Egypt, black cats were worshipped. Bastard protector of woman, the goddess. They said that these cats kept evil spirits away. In the medieval times, the view of the black cat changed. The black cat became associated with witchcraft. There's a witch flying around her room with a black cat. The Bombay Panther, the purge, and the meow. No matter how old she is, she's always a child. My baby, thank you, honey, for the love. I wish you could understand the words in my song. God put a new song in my mouth that I will spit with a thunderous shout. While you're playing, I'm watching your stream, and I'm wishing that I could be down with the team, but I can't. Sometimes I go to extremes to live in denial of the dream. Back to Ableton and the Dolby Edition. The music that I make with the spell, the apparition, like David on harp, but with beats and lyricism that should be labeled as a form of mysticism. Then to change your vision like real good ism. I'm always talking about the king because I miss him. To become a Christian or a better Christian, follow blindly and ignore all suspicion. Don't stand out, just getting where you fit in. Let me tell you what to think so that you don't think different. I can mold your opinions which control your decisions. You feel guilty, duty is sin, and that's the purpose of religion. To worship an image that was brought to us to get it somehow a greater living in heaven, we will be with him. I put rhymes to the rhythm to free minds from the prison. Invest my time, mind, and chips into this dice roll to get ends. Zah. This is Candace music, y'all. seen the 4 Eyes of Hell? Well, I have, and it's still the most amazing thing I've ever seen. But now I only care about the glowing eyes that shine in hell. When I'm streaming, can't be at meow, meow. And people hear that and they be like, yo, Winston, go feed your cat. Before she start biting you on your fingers. Candace, y'all. That's Daddy Baby. That's my sexy lady. I love you, Leg Pain. Now, we just gonna let this beat rock and say peace.
Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I know and sometimes I don't. Sometimes I will, yo, and sometimes I won't. If you give me some time, I'll put in work for show. Sometimes I don't know what to say when I rap. The right chords to play, the right loops and jump tracks. Whose God is fiction, whose God is fact. Is your God answer prayers? Why do you believe that? Sometimes I write my rap with my cat on my lap. What does God do and don't do? The cans and the cans. Sometimes I wonder will mother ever see me sit back with some peace and joy so that I actually relax. We pray to our God when under attack. His help guaranteed. Can we break free from the traps? Who's telling the truth? And whose words are traps that lead to nothing like running around circles doing laps? Sometimes I pray and say to someone else at another place across the planet trying to remain intact and keeping the faith. Or is this a load of crap because we're afraid of hell when the physical body does collapse? Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I know, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I will, yo, and sometimes I won't. If you give me some time, I'll put in work for show. Sometimes I will, and sometimes I won't. Sometimes I know, and sometimes I don't. Sometimes I will, yo, and sometimes I won't. If you give me some time, I'll put in work for show. Yo, sometimes I look at the world and it's suffering. What is God doing and not doing? Why? I don't understand. Sometimes I ask God, do you love or hate life? I'm wondering, is God ever glad? It seems he's always mad at our blundering. Sometimes I look at other Christians talking, I'll be bugged when they talk about how one day they're gonna win. Sometimes I hear about karma, but what's the difference? The wicked man is sitting back, getting paid for his wickedness. Read Romans 13, Deuteronomy 28:13, cross reference. Sometimes I still find myself listening to NWA or Lauryn Hill, missing when she would bless the world with new music for digging in. Sometimes I rhyme slow, sometimes I rhyme with quickness. Sometimes I wonder who's gonna burn in the ending. Is there heaven and hell in the ending? What if you're right and I'm the one following the wrong religion?
For the right price, I can get you back as far as the year 2021 when the aliens made the virus and killed half of humanity with the vaccine.
Welcome to Laser Defender Plus.